Dlamini hayi ngiyampaphathiza lamuhla uyashiya kwakadzeni kwakamotha ubuya kaNkosi kodwa ke njengoba acelile ku specific lo ukuthi abe acknowledge isiqiniso Motha, he goes by the name Qibo Intellectual. Labanye bamathi ukuthi awu lona Mosiya simbone enkantolo afaka amajazi lamhlophe. Yes, he's a lawyer by profession but lokho akunamsebenzi lamuhla ulapha kutosikhonda ngelubito lwakhe lokukhonda abantu nekuqhukumisa imivo. Asesilaleleke inkondlo yakhe noma lokho lasilungisele kona kusikhonda. He does poetry, he sings, he does a lot of things on the arts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Qibo Intellectual. Ningesabi ngale bareti luhla lwakhe lokugqoka kude lokonakele bakangwane.
Thank you, Jovicho Motha. Sanbonan igama lami nguQiniso Motha. Njengoba shito Jovicho, I am an artist, full-time artist. I moonlight as an attorney, just a side hustle. So I'd like to seize this opportunity because I see so many captains of industry in the room. I am an environmentalist. I do not just talk the talk, I walk the talk. I've recently been accepted at the University of Essex in the UK to pursue, yes, thank you, to pursue a master's in environmental law and energy. However, I do not have a bursary. So if the CE of EEA is here, if the CE of ESERA is here, NPC, the relevant authorities at the ministry, I am here too. Mfumen, ngiyofunzela. Thank you. So this poem is titled 1,000,005 Suns Ago. It's a piece that personifies the three states of matter, liquid, gas, and solid. It personifies these elements through objects of the environment. 1,000,005 suns ago. 1,000,005 suns ago, I was born to earth, to space, and to life. My roots are rippling, cascading, translucent, wood-like flesh matter. As it is above, so as below. I am known as Baobab Elder, Earth Ancestor. Heavens are my shelter. Soul of the soil, my center. I am a prayer, a solid prayer. Yet I am an oxygen bank robbed, embellished with sashes of gases from chainsaw, heat strap, splattered across the ether. The air, blood my trunk has pumped for all the suns is smoke choked, smog cloaked. I am dying. Skyline magenta, twilight parader, skyrise caresser, queen to Baobab Elder. 1,000,005 suns ago I was born. To space, to air, and to life. My vast blue, a mirror to river and ocean hue. A condensed state of all breath. Keeper of starry wealth. Giver of lightning red. For I am a mother myself. I am a reservoir of all prayers from down below. As it is above, so as below. I am a prayer. A geisha's prayer. Yet I am a climate mule caught in a fossil fuel duel. I have become dual, protector and harmed. Ozone layer fried, carbon monoxide tied, grappling for ways to survive. I am dying. Sky plant empress, fluid light heiress. The name is river god princess, daughter to Baobab Elder and skyline magenta. I was born 5,000,000 suns ago, to morning dew, to wetland, to flood, and to life. My moistened breath, the cool pool blue water. I swoon from mountain apogee, a silver splash upon earth crash. I pay tribute to my tributaries in lake, spring, and stream. As it is above, so as below. I am a prayer, a liquid prayer. Industrial revolution, waste fed, water body maimed, body shamed, global warmed to a boil. I evaporate. I am dying. I'm afflicted. I'm infected with human. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Kipo. Tandla tetu tingane man. Can you please give it more life? Thank you. Kipo, we appreciate you, Lebangomo. You've done very well. I'm not alone today. I am with Koko wam. Actually, akusiye Koko wam. She's a grandmother to my grandmother. And so lamuhla kube bengitawukhuluma manje abafundisi bese bayahishwa bengitawuthi kuvuka elidlodi lami ngihamba nalo nangogo gogo ngicela ukuthi uvusele babukele emakhaya phindze uvusele nalaba lesinabo la endlini ngoba lamuhla will be tuning live. I-live streaming is being done by Destiny Group, am I right? Yes, and so we'll also be interacting with the audience back home. No matter what interaction now live, but we'll be getting a lot of messages of goodwill, and they'll be attending the Earth Hour virtually. And so at this point in time, may I introduce Ms. Gugu Makanya Utantshela again about what's her portfolio and what she does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumalo. Good morning, everyone. He just called me Gugu Makanya. That's my sister. I'm Spongile Makanya.
Anti niyabona ukuthi kuyahambelana. Ngeku receive ligugu we are grateful sibongile. So kiyalebuha.
Cha namhlanje solokusila umuntu uyaphambanisa. Sibavile nebakamotha babakadlamini. But nje we welcome you all and we really appreciate your presence here and njengoba bekasashito Mr. Kumalo, it's becoming very tough to start already because our dignitaries are not yet here. Well, the minister is here already, but we are hoping to start on time the program and so on. But in the meantime, we may want to show you our restrooms just outside of this door. You go that way, you will find our restrooms. We have our Wi-Fi password here. You can utilize it for your duration whilst you are here. Well, the introduction didn't go to completion because it disturbed me. Sibongile Makanya from EEC, Eswatini Electricity Company. Yes, the Wi-Fi is that password and also at this juncture, may I take the opportunity to thank all the partners that are here. We have a number of you. We really appreciate for utilizing this very vital resource of yours. That is time and coming to spend it with us here. Angathi ngidanibala ngenicethe yini, but there is just a lot of the partners.
Ungababala gogo ngobe kude lokulukhuni nalokubuhlungu. The Wi-Fi password, ladies and gentlemen, is also on that side of the wall. It's also here on the side of the wall. If you are able to see or ungafunza uthi Sami 22102. Sami 22102. Please use it wisely. Make sure you are safe. There are a lot of things happening on the cyberspace. And so protect yourself. If it is not necessary for you to go online, you are okay without being there. But it would work well for us to push at our 2024 hashtag. But we'll get the proper hashtag once the comms team has finalized the details on that one.
Thank you, Kumalo. One other missing part here, Mdungwa. Ngibona Babe Motha, who is GM Support Services, ungibuka ngeliso lelinye. We usually do an evacuation and emergency procedure. So may I kindly quickly request for 1 second or 1 minute, Mr. Nkambule to come forth. Manasisi the emergency evacuations procedure. We're not going to sit down, me and you. He's just going to show us a few moves that we need to take when we are already having a problem.
Machaha, relax, it's a free drill. You won't pay for this one. EEC has paid already. Just listen carefully.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Libito lami ngibanele ngambule njengoba sebangi-introduceile ngidawuvele ngiconze nje ndzabeni. La sikhona sise conference room 1. Le emergency evacuation procedure ngidayenda ngesingisi nangesiswati. Ngendlela kwekuthi umgomo wethu la kangwane nemithetho yasigunyata akuthi sikwende ngalolo lubili lwimi. English and Siswati. Last khona se conference room 1 sengiresearchile ke kancane sengivile ukuthi kude emergency drill le planned for today kule entire facility. So in a case like that usawunda khona a fire alarm kufanele sonke siyithathe njenge fire alarm le phephisa thina. Sitawuphuma la sisukume kahle kube bede lesikuthatha lokungathi kukhashane uthatha nje noma lolo lucingo uphume siyawalka asigijimi. Lokuthi siwalke singagijimi sendela kwekuthi singabe sesiyagilana kube nalabo labathola sebawile sebablocka mhlawumbe ama access points nema egress points ethu. Siphuma ngel corridor siyahamba siya to the nearest car park. Lokusho ukuthi nginayi car park lelapha endla. Nasifika khona ke sitawufika sihlanganele khona ngilapho khona sitaw addresswa ke fire personnel lekhona la khaya. So wabonile ema fire hydrants akhona ngala ngendasi lamanye angala since our roof iyabonakala ukuthi it's a thatched roof le nema fire risks imvamsa isikhathi. With that being said ngidawucela kuphindze nginotify ukuthi ema restrooms angala ngendasi ema-risks lesinawo ke lamakhulu nginayi area nayi kunema trip hazards la khona we have cables la gijima la phasi and we have that spot la kunal point naliya leline wifi ekoneni nakhona there are a lot of cables sike saba ke ne incident nje lencane nyalo ekseni la ku explode khona multi plug lokusho ukuthi let us be aware of those kind of risks. Let us not overload our plugs last khona kuma points ethu. Cishe for our emergency evacuation bekungiloko ngesiswati. Ngesingisi ninebe kunene thank you so much. Where we are at the conference center where once a fire alarm sounds, there are no emergency drills scheduled for today. So once a fire alarm sounds, we will stand up and walk swiftly. We do not run to evade any risks for tripping and falling. So we will move out, walk swiftly to the nearest car park. That is where our fire assembly point is. And then the fire personnel will then address us and then tell us all the risks that are associated with the incident. So they will then give us clearance to come back to the room once it is safe to do so. We have spotted our fire hydrants down there, and we have spotted other ones because our roof is thatched, and our restrooms are by this side. They are demarcated for males and females. I think we have electrical hazards, we have fire cables, we have electrical cables running down at this point and at the far end. So we must be cautious while we use those fire cables. Let us make sure also we do not overload our multi-plugs so that we evade explosion risks. So thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Banele Nkambule. A round of applause for him. Wow. I'm so impressed to find this happening in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Ngihlala ngubona emaveni manje nangubona la khaya. It's interesting ukuthi le ngambane is leading kulolu hlangothi lolo kungaqhamuki kunje umuntu otosichansa lapha atositshela ukuthi hey njengoba nibona uyeva ukuthi lo muntu conversant ngalento. So the company has really invested in this personnel. Ngicela simshayele intandla once again. Sibonga isinja lo ngawe asibonga wena. Thank you very much. Senivile bekunene kuphela nje kunye la ngakusho kulendzaba yema restrooms. With the restrooms, ladies and gentlemen, as you have been told there at this site, please leave them as hygienically acceptable as possible for the next user. Awutshovicho washazi ngesibathula abantu endlini. Uyishihlandekile kude nalomunye atothakasela kuyisebenzisa nangabe ukhona lokubona ukuthi akendeki kahle, please make sure you sanitize and leave the area as user friendly as possible. Gogo?
Thank you, Chovicho. Our partners, Sibonga Kasiteti, we have in no particular special order, Sibita J. Lo Velile, as per the register, Sibonga Gutin attende. We have Eswatini Housing Board, we have ESERA, which is the regulator, we have Lactalis, we have MSAKA20 EPIS, we have SPPRA, ESPPRA, we have Ministry of Natural Resources, we have MTEA stroke MTEA stroke MET, we have Netbank, we have, the list is endless. I don't know, Koko, whether you want to go on and on.
Yeah, MTIA Koko. MTIA is the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs. I could see the TIA was affecting you, but can't Nathaniel. And then we also have EEC is full in the room. Loma, you still there? Yeah, we also have Instacash. Instacash, are you there? I saw my and Tizalam. Thank you. We have NDMA. NDMA is special in the country at the moment, since you know it's going to Hospital Hill. And so we love you, NDMA. When Joseph was incarcerated in Egypt, he interpreted a dream for one guy who was there. And then he had one special message for the guy when he left. Remember me. NTMA, remember me. We also have MEPD, we have EWSC, we have MNRE, we have GALP, we have Eswatini beverages. We hope others are still coming through or have not yet appreciated their presence yet, but we are grateful for your presence here today. We hope you are going to have a lovely time during the symposium. The event today is about Earth Hour, a symposium where we'll have different stakeholders sharing our role as society, both as government and as industry, on what we need to do as we mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. A layman akhulume greenhouse gas emissions uthulise nje babedladla. It's something very serious, man. You know, kuyakhomba ukuthi kudatishekile. And so kunema protocols that the country is party to, and we need to ensure adherence and compliance with such policies, and where there is a need for domestication of those international frameworks into local legislation, silobishele for such, as the people on the ground. And so today we are about that, and we'll also find a time, Gogo, to have Sithombe Mqondvo, sekwekuthi as a nation, Eswatini, how far have we fared with regards to some of these protocols? I understand the United Nations Convention framework on climate change has acknowledged in its report in 2023 that there are a lot of individual country efforts that have been put towards these initiatives. However, there is still need for more. There is the 2030 agenda. There is also a 2050, which speaks to net zero, and that is why we are here. I think, Koko, ungayithi fahla, mbijana kulolu hlangothi.
You are precisely on point, Gogo. Well, we are not Gogo Eswatini people. I'm grateful Guti he explained. So precisely the point, this launch, at our launch and symposium is very important. Sibonile milestones that we have done as a country, Eswatini, towards this initiative. And imqoka kakhulu le Earth Hour because it raises, it increases awareness and spark global conversations and on protecting the nature. It also tackles issues on climate crisis, and working together, we are going to be able to shape a brighter future in this regard. That Earth Hour is also very important in that it reminds us that the small things that we do individually, brought together, kuphuma kube ngilokhulu, kube significant. Hence, we are here today. So you are precisely on point, Gogo, and we need to keep on sikhulise lama strides leswendako as eSwatini siseta ukuchubeka nalomkhakha nambe ngithinda ngishayela sandla tandla siswati lesikhulu kangaka. We thank you.
Yeah. Gogo, sakhuluma ngalenzaba yokuthi the little effort that we do as individuals towards reducing carbon footprint. Kulamalanga laphelile ngicela ukugeza ngemboko lengako ngisho lokuthi bengaba netinkinga nje tetimbashana sineyamati January na February ukuthi uba nekubaba umtse. And then I had issues. Ukuthi seng afford kanjani ngathi no angigeze ngemandla kanzako ngingasawashisisi. And itolo when I was going through the material about the Earth Hour, I discovered ukuthi kugeza ngamandla banzako I'm actually making a meaningful contribution. Bengitona ngishayele tandla kulolu hlangothi. Ngiyabona labanye sebaswaqile baqabanga ukuthi ngiyakhonona angikhononi ngalutho mina ngikahle. Lengicela nje ngokuthi sonke asizameni nakupossible singawashisisi emandi unnecessarily. Ungakwendi longa nangabe uyakhona ukugibela ibhasi gibela ibhasi. Nangabe uyakhona ukuthi manje ibhasi zakhe sayigibela ngalenye ilanga kwasuka lithuli ngoba kwakunebantu labanengi labanga understand ukuthi ukugibela ibhasi noma ngabe usikhulu kangakanani kukhona lichaza lodlalako ukuthi ungabi mnengi lo petrol loshako lo bese sobhunyela la kule atmosphere ngoba bese kuphathamisa lo lithwathwasi kunenduna lengikhumbulako beyilapha kaMthiya babedladla in the past few years umkhaya wami le wathi abekhuluma kakhuluma sinakakhuluma manje wasuyakhohlwa ukuthi kodwa yini lento ngalesingisi ngalesintu kodwa wedladla kodwa sithini sikhuluma ngani lamhlala angithi uyabona abantu abadzala uyokhanze ukuthi script bayabhalelwa wathi kodwa sikhuluma ngani njengoba besisho ke bekunena ukuthi imqoka le ndaba yokuba lapha indaba zothwathwasi bekukhulunywa ngayona lenzaba ye-Earth Hour. I-Earth Hour bekunene ine-history data back bo 2007 eSydney, Australia. La khona umhlaba wahlangana. And now the people of the world said, let us come together and in the list of activities that we can do as individuals and as corporate and as government, as esibone, at least spend 1 hour in the last Saturday of March. Sesibone ukuthi singenda njani siphinze si reflect sibone lokho ukuthi masehlisa lokusebenzisa sicishe la unnecessary khona sicishe emalambu sivale lokungavalwa le hour nje libe linye sesike siuphumuta umhlaba kulokucinana kungaba nemehluko lomnganane kuphileni kwethu kwentekile ke eziminyaka esonzela nitawubona lapha basakhuluma boba bedladla nalamanye ama stakeholders lana let nombolo ngokuthi how are we faring as the kingdom of Eswatini? Kulokunye uyabona kune spike siyakhuphuka shaye kahle uphinza ubona ngalenye ilanga kushona phasi lokuthi we need to put more effort and keep trying ngokuthi sigcine singenile la ku green business management if I may call it ngokuthi sikhone kugcina uthwathwasi lwethu lungahlukubezeki. So ngiyacela ukuthi lamhlanje sihlale phansi silinde sisazokhulumisa izindaba zothwathwasi kulesikhathi samanje sitanethi njenge break lemfishane batasipha umculo bafana bethu lapha labathunywa ukuthi basebenzele lo msebenzi wokusiproducela. We also have Destiny Group in the house ngabo labasendela letimfijoli ukuthi sikhale kahle nokuthi labasekhaya bakhona appreciate lama proceedings alolusuku. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Gogo.
Two.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Manu udlala umculo lomdzala kunawe, I'm worried. You know, I'm feeling like Kenny G, Dave Coz. Where are my age mates here? And bancane nonke. Ongu. Manje, ngiva lento iyangena so, awu. Bekunene ngitawucela ukuthi sihloniphe kungena kwenduna elitiko sisukume ngetinyawo. Kube bengikhuluma eradweni njengoba besigubha radio day bengitawuthi sibona kungena kwenduna lehloniphekile yelitiko lete natural resources nemandla. Uthi lo mnyashana uJovicho uthi imicebo yaphansi. Ngithi kunjalo. Ngokuthi nje ngithathele izingisi nalesiswati ngakuhlanganisa. Sesingahlala phansi bekunene. May be seated. Welcome, Honorable Minister, and your entourage. No, asangishintshele ligama. It's not an entourage anymore, Your Royal Highness. We welcome His Royal Highness and His retinue. Honorable, ngiyabona shayitandla bekunene induna ishayitandla. I think khumbula leli gama leli nduna lehloniphekile belisetshenziswa ngibaba Sambo nanga besemakwayeni. Lokho awusengusihlalo welibhodi le ka Arts and Culture. Siyabonga nduna lehloniphekile abaye baqabanga ukuthi sikwati lamhla nduna kana sibuya nawe khashana. Le katseni sisabhanga kubo Barclays bathi ke Standard Bank ulandlini lamhla. Siyabonga nduna lehloniphekile libito lami ngimasonto mzwakhe Khumalo. Ngatiwa ngela Jovicho. I'm one of the program directors for the day. I am also not alone. I am with Miss Bongile Makhanya. Lokhona lapha ecadzini kwami. Ngitawucela ukuthi nisongomnyama sale sicala lihlelo ngendlela lefanelekile.
Ngawucalela phasi Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, His Royal Highness Prince Lankokelo, Principal Secretary to the Ministry, Magetokas Lamini, government officials, captains of the industry, partners of the Earth Hour, EEC management and staff, media houses, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all this morning. Libito lami ngingusibongile ngwakamakhanya, ngibuya enkapaneni yemagezi from EEC. Njengoba besashito mbulazila, I'll be co-hosting or co-partnering kulomkhakha wekuba program director namuhla. Siyanemukela bekunene and siyajabula kufika kwenu. Sihloniphekile kakhulu Minister kuthi ube khona phambi kwethu nelibandla nekuthi libandla lonke lela lichithe isikhathi salo lesimcoka kangaka lite kulomkhakha. Ngalo magama bekunene ngizama ukuthi welcome to this Earth Hour launch and symposium. Bese sikushito lokunengi Minister na MD lokuthi sibheka ngakuphi kepha lokusekufika abantu labadzala ngicanga ngikhana uqala umsebenzi besingacela ukuthi mhlambe sicele munye wethu asithandazele. Sitawucela make Constance van Zuidam usibeke enkosini make sitochubeka nemsebenzi sebakhona abamfla abadzala. Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Sekune practice honorable minister ngekuhlukahlukana kwamabandla lamanye aqedza kuthandaza ashaya tandla lamanye ashaya siphambano lamanye kanjalo wacimeta vela buke nje bese athi amen. Siyamukela ke lonke lihlobo lwemuntu lo kholwa ngendlela kholwa ngayo kodwa nje ke lengikukhumbulako nangiqala kusebenza nayihloniphekile ngangilapha emafemini kumathapha. Ngangithi nangihlala ehhovisini lami lalisekurusini ngapersonel. Wawuthi na uTakimi kushaya iqingo oqala usho ukuthi bhuti Mzwakhe ngisendleleni ngidakuwe ngilagedeni security ngibude ke ukuthi ngibani nguvethe wawuthi ungashaya lo licingo ke bese ngitshela security ukuthi hayi mngeniseni sengisho ukuthi induna yahloniphekile sibonga makeva nizudem ukuthi sewusishayele liqingo kumnikati wetinto tonke and so sesitholile nendlela yokuthi singaqala lo lusuku ngesibusiso. And so ke besicela ke ukuthi induna yahloniphekile sichubeke nelisuku umgomo walamhla induna yahloniphekile the theme is a journey towards achieving net zero. We'll be looking and reflecting on the challenges and the opportunities. What has happened, the United Nations Convention framework on climate change has reported, the Secretariat has reported in the past year that there's been a lot of efforts by individual countries in as far as mitigation towards reducing a carbon footprint is concerned. But however, there is a need for strengthened efforts, ladzinga economical government efforts to make sure that by 2050, as much as umhlaba unalo 2030, long yena agenda ema SDGs, kuna nang 2050, lekufuna siubuke towards net zero. And so in this room we have these captains of industry and partners to make sure each of us acknowledge our roles as we are about to see how the kingdom of Eswatini has fared and what we can do to strengthen our approach towards this activity. Nami sengidiva ngithole amandla kuvuka sithunywa nduna yahloniphekile ngisakhuluma sicishe kukhona ke labakhona lamuhla lengita ukucela ukuthi Miss Makhanya aba acknowledge labatawuba ngitawuthi ngulaba mahlahlandle labatawuhamba embili ekukhulumiseni letindzaba sisabuyeketa lokuthi thina silive leSwatini sende njani nduna yahloniphekile.
Ngiyabonga gogo. Honorable Minister nelibandla setawucela Managing Director for EEC etengaphambili kuthi abeke lokuncane naye ngicela kuveta wena wekunene ukuthi etuke inkampani yemagesi sinawo inkampani yemanti ikhona landlini sinabo masipala wakumathapha ukhona landlini wena wekunene sinaye esera longum regulator khona ligama labalishoko lesindvu ngozi lebengizama kulusho wona wekunene Standard Bank is also here Nedbank is here Lactalis Gulp Eswatini Mondelez Montigny banengi wena wekunene bengithi nje angikuwatise tivakashi takho letikhona la kulomsebenzi namuhla so that mhlambe sathi ukuthi akusiye kumbe EEC lo yetfana lo ayetfana hamba yetfana ngalawo magama sitawucela ukuthi siphakamise managing director for EEC Eswatini Electricity Company lekulibito lakhe kungibabe Sipho Ernest wakamkhonda kube khona latawukusho bekunene siyabonga.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the managing director. Nakuseta ma performance appraisals ke ushaya tandla kakhulu wena Jovicho. Over to you Mhlungwane.
Siyabonga ku program director bobabili uLamakhanya naye uMndungwa ngiyathemba lokho ukuthi ngitawukhona kuthatha lelithuba ngokwemukela tivakashi tethu mvane Nkosi Longokhela bantu babenkosi labakhona lapha PS, was a natural resources, managing director labakhona, director energy, na director met, ma representatives, our onke ema partners to lalishumi nanye, lega khona la, nawo onke ema stakeholders ethu, labaluleke kakhulu, bese kuba ngema media houses lega khona, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mvane Ngosi angiqale ngekukuhalalisela ngekuthi uthwese lamasondo enyathi ingwenyama kube ubuke temcebo waphasi litiko lelikhulu kakhulu eveni lelibuke nemhlaba nekusetshenziswa kwawo sithi bayethe wena waphakathi. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you and address you on this important occasion in the calendar of the EEC and our partners. We are grateful that, Honorable Minister, you could take a portion of your busy schedule to be with us today at this symposium where we launch the Earth Hour. EEC honors and appreciates all partners, businesses, and citizens represented here in the Earth Hour Symposium. This symposium is themed Journey Towards Achieving Net Zero in 2050. Njengoba bese bashido bo MC, the challenges and opportunities in Eswatini need to be taken. Lalapho kunema challenges khona kwahlala kunema opportunities. Kufuna ke ukuthi ingqondo tethu hlale tikhalphile to take those. Sinemukela nje kulombuthano walamuhla siyathanza lokusho ukuthi le symposium le ayisiyo yekuqala. We've been running these symposiums for the last 5 years. And we have realized a lot of benefits in the sharing of ideas on how we can take these opportunities presented by the challenges that we face as we fight against global warming and environmental preservation. You would have noticed in the past 6 or 8 months that the country has experienced adverse weather conditions. Before the elections, we were battling to restore the network because we were ravaged by heavy winds that we were experiencing at that time. And we need to say that those winds were unprecedented. It was the first time that the whole country was in darkness simultaneously. And that was due to that environmental occurrence. We've also noticed in the last few months of summer, heavy hailstorms accompanied by heavy winds, and that again resulted in heavy damage to infrastructure, and also it caused a lot of suffering on people. And I think it is key that we note, Gogutse, it is not just about the infrastructure. It is about the people that suffer as a result of these drastic weather conditions, which are exacerbated by our activities as a Strubegane development to provide a comfort for us. Honorable Minister, and our esteemed guests, our service delivery has been negatively impacted immensely by these occurrences, particularly in the Manzini-Mbabane corridor, all the way to Pikes Peak. And the situation is going to get worse if we do not arrest it. And that is backed up by research. If you were following COP28, there was a period where at the COP global stocktake was reported. We are far from meeting the target of 1.5 degrees. And this is not a good testimony for us. Every one of us is required to make an input towards the reduction of global warming and maintaining the targets that have been agreed. Kamhlabuhlangene. Honorable Minister, we would like to now proceed and demonstrate what EEC is doing to work towards meeting these global targets. And I will start with the introduction of what EEC looks like. Honorable Minister, EEC has been generating power since 1963. And through that period, we've been also getting support from South Africa at ESCOM and EDM in Mozambique, and also taking advantage of the recently introduced market of the Southern African Power Pool, the day-ahead market, and buying energy. And most, if not all of these sources utilize coal as a fuel for power generation. Eswatini's demand is very small when you compare to the regional demand of about 47,000 megawatts. We are only doing about 239 megawatts. And in terms of the energy that is required, we are selling 1,124 gigawatt hours to all our customers. This amount is met through our local generation, which comprises of 60 megawatts of hydro and 10 megawatts of solar PV. The Kingdom of Eswatini Master Plan 2034 focused on providing a diversity of energy mix, which is shown as, which will provide sufficient energy supply for the country, provide access to clean energy technologies, foster industrialization, and ensure security of supply. And from these, we created different scenarios that have been explored, which are meant to address even the target of minimizing environmental impact. Now, this master plan at this stage, when it was developed, the idea of net zero had not been fully developed within the UNFCCC family, and the achievement had not been considered, but we considered to reduce the carbon emissions from the different scenarios that we looked at. However, this plan is under reforms. The teams are working on a new energy master plan, which will be presented soon. However, even so, we had selected to follow a scenario of low carbon, which in this particular case, it was a limited import scenario number 3, which focused mostly on the renewable energy resources, with the lowest CO2 emissions. Again, Honorable Minister, this scenario focused on increasing generation capacity within the country. Honorable Minister, the activities that have been achieved over the years since this master plan include, among others, Lavomisa 10 megawatt solar power project, which is currently generating. If you look at that power plant, its contribution can be felt within the system, because on a daily basis, we do generate an average of about 70 megawatt hours of electricity. And annually, it generates about 22 gigawatt hours of electricity. We have also proceeded to sign a power purchasing agreement with a hydropower plant developer, which will produce 13.5 megawatts on the lower Maguduza, which is along the Usutu River stream. The commencement of the development of Maguga expansion project is expected this year. We are at an advanced level of achieving financial close on this particular project. And it is going to add to the fleet of hydropower stations at Maguga Power Station. Sadly, the country requires base load, because these technologies that I have enumerated will only operate at limited times during the day. The solar is intermittent and it can only operate during the day and effectively when there is sunshine. Hydro, due to our hydrological nature in the country, we only focus at peak times, which is 3 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. And that is not sufficient to support industrial development, which is why, Honorable Minister, we have also looked at the feasibility of using 300 megawatts of coal as a resource to supply. However, we are not going to be irresponsible on that project. We will employ the best technologies to limit emissions to the atmosphere so that we do not stray very far from the target. And we are also looking at other technologies, Honorable Minister, which will supplement the coal thermal power station and work towards phasing it out by 2050. We've also done a feasibility study for a 246 megawatt gas to power plant. And we are currently working on securing the logistics for supplying gas into the country. It has become a bit of a challenge because we do not have sufficient infrastructure to bring gas to the country. We are also conducting development activities such as land acquisition and also the development of the mine in as far as these two baseload projects are concerned. Honorable Minister, again, what we are doing is in alignment with the master plan for 2034. We have also embarked on a project to compute the greenhouse gas emissions accounting in the country. And a team has been trained to do that. We've also targeted the computation of these by the end of the financial year. Honorable Minister, it is important to do that because then we can provide a more accurate report for global stock taking to our global partners. It has also become a necessity for some of our customers to provide that information to their trading partners as well to demonstrate the impact on the carbon footprint that their production has. And among other things, electricity is considered as contributing towards the carbon footprint, more so because our means of power generation rely on fossil fuels. We are also in support, Honorable Minister, of the commitment that the country has made at COP28 with respect to adopting tripling energy resources and doubling energy efficiency. And to that effect, we are working together with the regulatory authority who are currently procuring the renewable energy resources and also biomass. And that will add to the fleet of power supply to the grid. We are also exploring means of charging vehicles as a means of addressing the impact of mobility. E-mobility has become a worldwide trend. Some of the countries in the Northern Hemisphere, particularly Norway, have an ambitious target on e-mobility to reach 100% in the not so distant future. So Eswatini is not left behind on that one as well. Honorable Minister, we are working together with the ministry in the compilation of the Energy Master Plan 2050, which is currently in a draft form, and this will address the net zero projects. Remember, the Master Plan 2030 did not specifically address net zero, but in response to the global initiative to get to net zero, we are also sitting down to revise the master plan. Honorable Minister, again, we will be developing different scenarios, and currently there are 9 scenarios that have been modeled in this master plan, and we will again select the one that will achieve the net zero objective that has been agreed internationally. We have also estimated, Honorable Minister, that this scenario should have a base load that has been developed, which will be dominated by the PV systems, which will eventually have a maximum capacity of 513 megawatts. And due to the dominance of these intermittent resources, it is important that we provide for a balancing mechanism which will take effect whenever the intermittent power is not available. And we must always bear in mind that industry requires consistent power, and we need electricity and energy for industrial development, without which the country will not achieve its sustainable development goals. Honorable Minister, we are mindful of the impacts of coal, and as I have mentioned, we will be looking at the various technologies that are available to clean the emissions from coal as part of the project. And while we are looking at coal, we will also be focusing our energies on hydropower, and there is a potential for 144 megawatts of hydropower, and we'll also look at the development of the battery energy storage systems, which will augment the solar power systems. We will also be looking at wind as well as geothermal. And the good news that I can share with you today on the geothermal is that last week we had experts, geothermal experts from Kenya, who have come to do a reconnaissance study, and they have taken away with them samples from our geothermal sources around the country to determine whether or not we can move to the next level and do exploration. I need to say here now that the exploration phase for geothermal is very expensive because you have to go down deep into the earth's crust, sometimes 8 kilometers. Sometimes, if you are lucky, it can be 6 kilometers. And that costs a lot of money. Some of the figures that we have seen indicate that you need about 60 million US dollars to drill for the wells to determine whether or not you have geothermal. And if you don't get it, again, that money has been sunk. However, geothermal provides base load, and we have seen that in Kenya, where they have about 1,000 megawatts of geothermal power. Who knows? If we pray and have faith, we may have sufficient geothermal energy in the country to support our base load, and therefore move away from coal as quickly as possible, and then utilize that coal for other uses. Honorable Minister, this graph here is just showing, and I will focus on the red line. That red line shows the system peak currently and predicted in 2050. However, there may be changes as we approach 2050, depending on how much industry we attract into the country, which are heavy on power usage. So this is an average scenario. And once again, in this graph here, we are showing that base load will be dominated by fossil fuel. In this particular case, the local resource, which is coal. And at a later stage, maybe oil and gas will come into the picture. And again, Honorable Minister, I need to say that this is the current prediction for the future. There may be changes as new technology emerges. We have a research and development office at EEC, which continuously scans the environment for new developments in the power generation space. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, among other opportunities that we have is to exploit energy, new market-ready and cost-effective renewable technologies. Once again, at the COP28, there was a demonstration of a new clean energy solution by the Republic of Korea. And our discussion with them indicated that they will market that in 18 months' time. Now, it is a little bit behind the curve for us, but we can hope that it is an answer to our zero emission or net zero emission challenges that we face currently. We also take the opportunity to develop skills on the new technologies. You will notice that among us, our engineers are not here. They are currently attending a course on modeling for various energy resources. And we believe that when they come out of that course, we will hold on steadfastly on the development of these new market-ready and cost-effective renewable technologies. Honorable Minister, we also look at the opportunities to use the balancing technologies to absorb the emissions by reducing greenhouse gas emissions as much as possible. As I have mentioned, we are looking at incorporating that at inception with the coal thermal power station. I will end with the challenges, Honorable Minister. Lapha Mntwana Nkosi, every developing country is faced with the huge challenge of inadequate investments and financing strategies. We need to step up our game and develop new ways of funding mechanisms for our quest to increase generation capacity in the country. The biggest difficulty is that financial institutions are set in a certain methodology to determine bankability of a project, and they are not willing to take a risk. And in this particular case, we need to sit down with them and weigh the various risks and maybe redetermine how the risk allocation mechanisms are conducted in order for us to advance these projects that we are looking at. There is also the scarcity of skills, which is now posing another challenge on other technologies, and we need to build capacity to make sure that we can competently design new ways and also operate those new technologies to benefit the economy. Land is finite. There are competing uses for land. For example, if I were to take you to Gqomdaba, where we built the solar power plant, we took 35 hectares of good land, more so because we needed flat land in order to implement the tracking technology that we have there. Now, if you consider that there is also agriculture which has goals to meet and other uses of land, there is a need to prioritize correctly and make sure that land allocation meets all the competing demands. We also need to work together with communities in order to get buy-in on the various projects. If you consider the main theme of the just transition philosophy, it is that it should be all inclusive. We leave no one behind. Honorable Minister, the presentation stands, or rather finishes there, but I would like us to join the world on the 23rd of March, and this is an invitation that is extended to all of us to join the Honorable Minister on that day to observe the Earth Hour between 8:30 and 9:30 by switching off non-essential appliances and non-essential lights. And it is very important to take that key. It should be non-essential. We have had arguments before that I can't switch off my security lights outside. Those are essential because we don't want to compromise security. We also have to bear in mind the intent behind the Earth Hour. It is not to switch off lights for an hour. It is a reminder for us that we need to be mindful and use resources for the need at the time, and to make sure that we do not exploit the environment unnecessarily and make it even more sustainable so that it can last and the future generation finds it. I am reminded of a quotation from one Indian VIP who said, "We do not owe this planet from our forefathers. We did not inherit, yes, we did not inherit this planet from our forefathers, but we owe it to our future generations, which means that we have to look after this environment where we live and leave it in a state where future generation would be able to enjoy it. Let's make this year's Earth Hour the biggest. And your hour is your power. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mhlongwane. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the MD. Yeah, mane letandla tikhombe ukuthi sishayela managing director. Nashayela managing director. Can you clap our hands 7 times? Nobe ngifuna kunifundzisa kushaya tandla ngesini. Ngicela ukuqolisa nduna lehloniphekile. Ngicela sishaye 7 times. We'll go 1 2 3 1 2 3 and 1. Let us clap. Anti siya naga carbon emission noma sishaya tandla. Sithi shaye ngendlela le yongako singamosi. Let us clap our hands 7 times. 1 2 3 1 2 3 and 1. Clap our hands 7 times. Thank you very much. Siyabonga ngiyaxolisa kulova ngathi uyakhubeka tincenge nje mntaka baba. It's only 1 hour lesi ukhulumela kolamhla wamhla ka23 March. Sizama ukuthi sicishe non-essential lights and non-essential appliances just for an hour. Bese ke impilo yethu yachubeka. You can follow this this moment emakhaya ngicela nisharishe ilink ne-update ku status senu ukuthi #yourhour yourpower. Sisho sithi #cisha logesi #EEC. That will lead us to lel page laga Eswatini Electricity Company, where our family, our people, and all our partners who are left at home to continue with the live streaming babone ukuthi tingcoco taka Earth Hour titsini lotawulandzela ke manje kutaba ngulomunye lokhulumela leli committee nduna lehloniphekile leli bukelo umsebenzi we Earth Hour loyi ke nduna lehloniphekile ngumake lamathebula make lamathebula watiwa ngela dokotela Constance van Zuidem. Awungijabulile nami nangibona eligama hlonishwa ngabona ukuthi sesihambile nathi kuleli la kaNgwane ngoba nakuhlangana tive live liyaqhubeka liyaphakama liyathuthuka usho ukuthi lo gesi utawucisheka kahle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Constance van Zuidem. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, His Royal Highness Prince Lokonkelo, Principal Secretary Margaret Dorcas, government officials present today, captains of industry, partners present in this meeting today, the media houses, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are so excited this morning as the Earth Hour committee that you all made it. You took, you heeded to the call that was made to you that we can come today and make a conversation around climate change. It is so exciting that EEC has just told us of what is being undertaken as they implement the mandate they have within the country. We've seen that as they are implementing their mandate, there's challenges that they are maybe encountering as they are doing that, and even as they are doing to attain the net zero goals. I'm so happy that today in this meeting, we are the very people that can assist so that we can ensure that by come 2050, we don't have any hurdles. Come whatever time, power is forever lit in this country. We don't have a situation where there is no power. I believe we can be sustainable, but the solution lies with me and you this morning. So we appreciate, can you clap for yourself for coming today. It shows that you want to be the steward, you want to go out and cause some change wherever you are. Those small efforts that you'll be putting towards fighting climate change, it's going to go a long way. Can you clap for yourself, because you are choosing to be an ambassador of change this morning. Thank you so much. Indeed, we can all see the impacts of climate change. We can't ignore them any longer. The situation is even becoming worse. And they are telling us that in times to come, the situation is going to be worse if we don't do something now. The temperatures are increasing and we are almost at the tipping point. And in this conversation today, we believe that we shall be coming out with solutions that are going to help the country achieve the goals and ensure that the future generation doesn't blame us for the actions that we have taken today. So we believe that as we move out, if you didn't know what you are supposed to do towards meeting the 2050 goals which the country has subscribed to attain, there is room for you as we move out of this place to know and then go and implement whatever you would have learned that you need to do to take part. And I believe that in the meetings that we are forever having, we shouldn't just be having meetings, we should have actions and then ensure that the relevant ministries or the relevant institutions that are leading in those initiatives, like in this case on the climate change issues, we should then take whatever discussions that are going to be and action plans that are going to be coming from today and pass it on to those people that are working in this place, because we all not in that, we're not leading, so these people can then get this information from us and we implement. And come the next, at our symposium, we discover that we are moving. It's not like we just come here just to discuss. And in addition, we are requesting that we are a country that is proactive, because you find that we are reactive. There's been a storm in Matapa, it hit so hard we couldn't drive over the Lusushwana River or wherever. Then we just panic, we are just reacting. Can we all be people that are going to come up with plans for all the emergencies that we are experiencing resulting from climate change? Can we do some assessments, do some vulnerability assessments so that we don't find ourselves having to be always reacting, and do our part to see how we are meeting the 2050 goals? So basically today we are gathered here, we are saying that the Earth Hour initiative, can it also help in ensuring that we achieve the net zero goals? Everyone here should know their roles and we all play our part so that we can achieve that. So basically, would like to first explain what Earth Hour is. The Eswatini Electricity Company has been commemorating the Earth Hour with its partners for over 12 years now. And this is not an initiative that started in Eswatini. It started in Sydney, in Australia, in 2007. And it just called individuals to do voluntary switch off of power from non-essential lights and appliances just for an hour. And they were taking a stand against climate change. They wanted to create a sustainable future for the planet. And the whole world then followed that this is something we could do. So why are we commemorating or taking part in the Earth Hour initiative? It's because we want to show that we are accountable for our ecological footprint. We want to know as to what is it that we are doing that could be contributing towards climate change, so that we can provide some actions that can try and mitigate or adapt to what we are currently facing as a universe. And then we also want to provide sustainable solutions for environmental protection. Hence today we just want to spark this global conversation even amongst us today, so that we protect nature. So from you, we are expecting you to disseminate the Earth Hour information. You would have learned a lot maybe from the various sources of media and even in this platform today. We request that this information is not kept with you today. Disseminate it to the various places where you're coming from. At your household level, let them know about the Earth Hour. In those who are policymakers, can there be discussions around that? Business people, can there be discussions and incorporation of climate change issues in your strategies? Because it's a critical risk for different, for all of us here. Hence, we need to incorporate it in everything that we are doing. Even as you wake up, be cognizant that there is that. As you switch on that light, as you push in water into your bath, know that there's implication and hence you need to do something. We're requesting you to switch off non-essential lights during the hour, but during the week when you are not there, make sure you use alternative sources of energy. The light from outside, use that one instead of putting on lights when there's light outside. And learn more on climate change and even on the net zero, and encourage others to take care of nature. It's not like the environmental issues as issues that are supposed to be dealt with by environmentalists. Everyone should take part in this, be it you are a financial specialist or whatever. You are affected by climate change, and hence you need to do something and take care of nature, our one and only planet that we have. And then we also want to inspire tree planting in this season. That is before the Earth Hour 2024 and even beyond, because we need to plant as many trees and live a sustainable lifestyle. There's so much that we can do. Hence, you are encouraged today to read and see what we can do. And like we've mentioned, the effects are so extreme. The weather events are just very extreme and devastating to the land. We normally set a target as the Earth Hour Eswatini team, which we need to achieve. That is during the hour that, okay, we want to save so much. If it were according to us, nothing will be moving even on the road, because even the cars that we are driving, they are emitting the gases. So we would switch off everything, be in our houses, enjoy ourselves, like tell stories to our children and do things without switching on electricity or use alternative sources of energy. That will not increase our greenhouse gases. So we will be monitoring and checking how much we are doing on that hour. The National Control System Center at EC monitors during the hour what would have saved. Normally, like in the past year, we didn't save the 20 megawatts that we had saved. We had said that we want to save during the hour. Could be it's because you didn't know, some of you. But this time around, we all know we are going to switch off. Do you agree? Can I have saints that are going to do that for me? For me and for the future generation. Awesome stuff. So we have people that are committing this morning that are going to be doing that are going to be switching off during the hour. We really appreciate that. So basically, those are the events that are going to be taking place for the Earth Hour initiative. We've had the launch today, and on the 16th of March, you are all invited. We shall be having a green walk. Our cities are so clean, but not very clean. Our communities are clean, but not very clean, so we can do something. Join us as we do a cleanup of the communities, and wherever we'll be. On the 16th, we'll be in Malkens, cleaning up. So come, let's do a green walk. Let's raise awareness to the people of Malkens and around. We'll be also doing school visits. The youngsters, we need to inculcate this sustainability culture even within the young ones. So it's important that we visit the schools and you also spread the message. Then on the 23rd of March 2024, we will be having the Earth Hour at House on Fire. So make sure you get your ticket because we'll be using a ticketing system for you to be able to get there. We need to manage the numbers. So this year I mentioned we need to save only 20 megawatts of energy during the hour. So make sure you switch off all those lights. We'll continue to raise this awareness as we go on. So we want to preserve diversity, safeguard the species that are remaining, and also try and using, those are some of the ways in which we can try to protect our environment. That's what we've been doing in the past years. We've done cleanups, and I'm inviting you on the 16th, so we clean up and we also make sure that we are physically fit, because we can faint if we are not fit. We will not be able to look after ourselves, and future generations be able to know that we are still alive. They can lose us early if we don't look after ourselves. So we look after the planet, ourselves, and anything we do. So this is what we've been doing in the past events, and those are the various themes that we had. You must know that we are in social media, print media, radio, billboards, posters, and even on TV. And like I mentioned, we invite you on the 25th to come at House on Fire. That's what normally happens there. This is Eswatini. It's not like it's some place somewhere. It's our own country. We've got some of the ministers doing the symbolic switch off. And we're encouraging you that let's not do this at our thing, like switching off during the hour only. Let's go beyond the hour and work together. All of us in all our societal levels, businesses, communities, so that we create an ecosystem. And basically for now, we have those partners. If you want to partner, please make sure that you contact any of the team members that are wearing black like me and tell them that you want to be part of the Earth Hour. We need some money to undertake such activities. And we need some, you can even pledge in non-financial, non-monetary terms. So we need people, because we believe that during this hour, you can use the power to make an impact and even go beyond that. Thank you so much for listening to me. See you on the 16th and on the 23rd of March.
Sorry, sir. Siyabonga Dokotela.
The devil is a lie.
Ngicela simshayele ntandla again.
Uyabona ke bumcoka bankambule. Siyabonga managing director. Ukhulumile nkambule ukuthi siboqaphela ditebhisi sitawukuwa. Sengiyahamba mina ngihamba ngelikholo njengoba bekushumayela MD ukuthi asikholwe
Amen.
ukuthi kutawuhamba kahle.
Ngisola letibuko gogo.
Ngakutshela indzaba yata siyeke lenyalo ngoba sisembhobheni siyavela emakhaya. Ngicela nithumele emakhaya #cisha logesi. Phindze nisho nithi #your hour your power. So sifake mandla.
Thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu bekunene, we have ferried thus far. Wena wekunene siyabonga Nkosi ukuthi usilalele. Mfana Nkosi ukhulumile MD la kusummarize kafishane nje lokuthi si far from meeting the target of 1.5 degrees. So kufune sisebende sishakutele lilive wena wekunene. Waphinzwa wakhuluma wathi we have identified 9 scenarios. Le sitawusebentela udukwawo kulawo sitasesikhetha yinye wena wekunene letawukhona ku-aligna nalomgubudla lesikiwo. Ngicela kukhumbuta nje bekunene ukuthi umgubudla lesingawo namuhla, it's the journey towards net zero. The experiences lesbenawo, the opportunities and challenges are going to be discussed today. So singawukhohlwa kakhulu umgubudla wethu. He also spoke about geothermal power to support our base load. So kuyakhuthata kakhulu lokho kubona ukuthi inkapane lenganga EEC noma lenjenga EEC isebentela towards kubamba lo mgubudla lesisebentela kiwo namuhla mfana Nkosi. ma opportunities abonakele wena wekunene as well as ema challenges. Ema challenges lamanye nje sengiwulumbanisa nana kulokucetha kukhulunywa ngudokotela ngiwo lo ukuthi buy in kubamfu noma kumukela lo msebenzi lesiwendako njenge Earth Hour lo njengalo Earth Hour ibalukhuni uthi ke dokotela nakasuka la asende nisholo ukuthi siyabatshela labamfu siyabatisa labamfu siyafuyisa lokuthi sibambane ngetandla sikwende sonke lokhu kwe-Earth Hour sitokhona kuhamba kanye kanye uchubekile bekunene MD wasimema mhla ka-23 March kuleli suku lelikhulu kangaka ukuthi sicishe lo gesi nga 8:30 kuya ka 9:30 ngijabulile dokotela kubona part of tithombe takho ngibona umngane wemakhosi lebeka vele athi cisha lo gesi longasekho we keep memories so uyasimema MD bekunene on the 23rd sikhona ukuthi sisebenzisane ukuthi sicishe lo gesi all non-essential appliances must be switched off ngalelo langa kunesisho lasishito naye lasithekela wekunene lokuthi uthi lo wekunene asi-inheritanga lo mhlaba lokuwo noma le planet lesikiwo keja sebolekiwe ukuthi kwente njani bantfana bethu bawukhanze phambili usengiwo lokusho ukuthi bekunene asichubekeni nalo msebenzi lesiwendako kuyasisita kakhulu disseminate the information about Earth Hour to everybody else si-incorporate sitingapane the business partners that are here and the industry giants, incorporated the climate change issues into our strategies. Sisema business, sichubeke sicishe bekunene. Siyabonga kakhulu sitawushaktela nesikhathi sethu sesiyashaya bekunene. Ngathi nje labatawu presenter bangashaya temofu bashaya temofu singafuni ke phamva nenkosi kukonela lo msebenzi but nje sisasibe mindful of isikhathi bekunene atokhona minister ukuthi kumbe achubeke nemsebenzi. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu gogo kulesikhathi samanje nduna lehloniphekile ngidawucela ukuthi nje sike sehlise lutsenza kancane njengoba seke kwabe kwathi inkhulumo kwathiwa cabucabu singangene kuletilandzelako sike sithole lotasendela entertainment lijaha ke leli nduna lehloniphekile lapha ekhaya selihambe stage ngekuhlukana emhlabeni kodwa lesikhulu kakhulu lesithandza kulahlele kuso ngulesakhona la eKangwane salaphana kawasho umkhukhu emalandela la khona kune umcimbi lomkhulu emhlabeni lo renkwa kubona number 7 emicimbini lekhona emhlaba wonke jikelele kokuthi ake ate udlalisa lapha eshashalazini ububa ngisonkondlo aphinze ahlabele kanjalo kulesikhathi samanje bekunene ngicela semukele Qiniso Motha lo watiwa ngela Qipo Intellectual Your Royal Highness Qipo Intellectual please come through and give us your set emva kwakhe ke sitasesemukela lobuyaka environmental Eswatini Environmental Authority lotawenda yakhe presentation siqhubeke nelisuku. Thank you Honorable Minister. Qipo Intellectual, ladies and gentlemen, ngicela simshayele intandla.
Sanbonan again. So this piece, it's a story. It's not so much a poem. I timed it. It's 5 minutes long. It came about last night. I think I slept at 2 a.m. I was so nervous about this booking because I was telling my wife, Kutsi EEC is such an important client. And that I'd like to make this disclaimer, Kutsi, this piece hasn't been vetted by Nozi, Twala, Unkambule. It just came about last night. It's called Peace, a Pact with Nature. A close friend of mine once said, when you walk in a forest, you recharge because of the space. And because of you, the space also recharges. Many times I have taken walks where I live, and as soon as I step into the forest, the birds will begin to chirp. The insects will let out manic shrills, and the trees will begin swaying in the wind. As if the birds, which have an aerial view, are warning the insects that now a human is in the area. Therefore, they must immediately evacuate, as Nkambule said, to avoid being stepped on or flattened to death. And the insects themselves are advising the tree to send seed, to procreate, just in case the human has come to chop it down for firewood. A call for survival, continuity, through a sophisticated network of communication. Because of such, it is becoming less and less deniable that nature is indeed sentient. Yet humans still passively view nature as an other, a detached form of existence which must only serve the purpose of serving human beings. I live in the mountains between silver waterfalls and the biggest monolithic rock in all of Africa, Sibebe, Pine Valley, Kingdom of Eswatini. It is easy to mistake this place for the last remaining paradise on earth. The expansive greenery, a sea of trees, the mountains with their varied bodies, dome, cone, flatbed top, the river systems streaking across the lands, which makes us one of the most well-watered countries in the region. The animals of the wild, the birds, the aquatic life forms, all conspire to make this point. The locals of this place call it Africa's new promise. The expatriates call it Africa Light. These affable attributes stem not only from the kingdom's aesthetic prowess, but also from its socio-political landscape. For so long, this country has been recognized as a peace-loving nation, with its wide, smiling, friendly people who are deeply rooted in their ancient customs and traditions. Unsurprisingly, these traditions and customs are embedded in the inner workings of nature, such as the celebration of the first fruits, whose date is determined only by the position of the moon in the night sky, as well as the cutting of the shrub by young warriors, and the collecting of the reed by maidens to celebrate their chastity. The practice of these symbolic rituals and festivities calls into being the oneness of Eswatini people, a oneness with themselves, as well as with the natural and supernatural world around them. But behind this genial facade of interconnectedness lies a dark personality spawned by Eswatini's tumultuous past, which continues to rear its ugly head to this day. In the late 1800s, the gold-crazed European, the British in particular, stumbled upon these lands, first as concessionaire and subsequently as colonist through indirect rule. The primitive methods of the British, chiefly extractionist tendencies, which included mining and a sweeping land grab, destabilized the balance and relationship between Eswatini's people with nature, where Eswatini people took only as much as they needed from nature and gave back to nature what was sufficient for it to replenish itself. The European pillaged and greedily devoured. After all, the European possessed no intrinsic connection with these lands and only sought to enrich himself and power the industrial revolution in his home country. The indigenous people of Eswatini did not stand by and watch the catastrophic state of affairs unfold, but they protested in earnest, beseeching the European to conduct himself ethically and reasonably towards nature and his fellow man. This entreaty was met by crushing violence and loss of life. The Swazi people was afraid. To the west was the South African Afrikaner Boer apartheidist. To the east was the Mozambican Iberian Portuguese imperialist. The Swazi was very afraid. And so they settled for the British colonizer, who comforted himself from culpability and the resultant guilt of his misdeeds between the title of protector for the Swazi nation. With the passage of time, fortunes of the British Empire improved immensely. Their economy thrived, capital reserves multiplied, education developed, and so did British thought. colonialism finally recognized itself to be brutish and barbaric. Thus, the time came out to pull out of colonies and grant them their independence. However, the departure of the British followed the depletion of Eswatini people's natural resources, dislocation, economic, social life, arrested development, displacement, and dispossession. The Swazi restored control of his own affairs through the leadership and the institution of the monarchy and was once again free to self-determine. But the Swazi, by way of observation and incidental learning, had picked up lessons from the British way of life. This was the adoption of capitalistic values, which were integrated into the Swazi social values and relations. The Swazi had come of age. The urban Swazi, as it were, underwent an intensive process of capitalization through big business, enterprise, and industry. With the passage of time, the urban Swazi's fortunes improved immensely. His economic strength strived, and capital reserves multiplied. But so, the modern day rural Swazi asks himself, how do I survive today when my natural habitat has been transformed into urban centers of capital? For I can no longer till the land and produce food. The rural Swazi, in possession of arable land, asks himself, how do I begin to till this land when today seed, tools, implements are sold in urban centers of capital? The rural Swazi asks himself, how have I come to be discarded? Me, the custodian of nature's secrets. What is good from the West, I will take, and what is bad, I will discard. If we are to salvage the sanctity of our environment, we must hearken back to our indigenous intelligence and methods in order to mitigate the impacts of climate change. It is clear that when a connection with the land is lost from its people, peace cannot exist. When we wage a war with nature, nature will indeed go to war with us. I often look at these mountains, which I take walks on, and I ask myself, will it remain so? Or will these hills and caves, crevices, nooks and crannies one day provide safe refuge from a cataclysmic weather event? As yet, I do not have the answers. Perhaps I am to find it when the birds chirp, the insects make shrills, and the trees sway in the wind. When I again step into the forest, umhlaba wethu sonke, aswonke.
Thank you very much, Klibo. Another big, big hand of applause to Klibo. Siyabonga kakhulu, Klibo. Siyabonga kakhulu. What a beautiful piece rendered. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, may I request the Principal Secretary to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy, Magatokas Lamini, to come forth to introduce the Minister. Thank you so much. Ngicela simshayele tandla. Lisa chotfota langen bekune.
Thank you, Program Directors. Honorable Minister Mvanengosi, Senior Government Officials, EEC Managing Director and Management, CEOs and champions of industry, distinguished representatives of various partners, esteemed businesses, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen, sanibonani. Ninjani. Yini ngathi anikhululeke bonkosi. Mvanenkosi, we are greatly honored by your presence in this important event to launch the 2024 Earth Hour. Today's event is a building up towards the preparation for the commemoration of the 2024 Earth Hour to be held in March 2024. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize EEC and the partners for their continued support for the Earth Hour initiative since its inception in the country. Ngosi, the Earth Hour is an event where millions of people worldwide participate to raise awareness about climate change and saving energy. It helps in grabbing the attention of the people across the world to understand their responsibility towards nature. Hence, Ngosi, I urge all eMaswati to make the 2024 Earth Hour an unmissable chance to shape the future environment of the country. Honorable Minister, the MD spoke about switching off non-essential light appliances on the 23rd of March for an hour. I've been asking him for the past years, can't we make this our daily bread? Can't we switch off non-essential appliances daily? Let's not promote the Earth Hour. Let's do this daily so that we can have our planet intact for our next generation. But batasola abantu babethu Nkosi mabafika la bangakhanzi lutho. The gentleman told us that we can't do anything without the earth. We need each other. So mina ngiyacela Nkosi, EEC and the partners, let us do this thing daily. Let us encourage each other. Let's have an Earth Hour every day. Let us switch non-essential appliances every day. With these short words, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister Mvane Ngosi to address the congregation. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister Sen.
Asijale phasi bekunene. Sibingelele umphathi lihlelo lomkhulu babe Khumalo lesatana kadzeni naye. Mata sengafake letibuko kweke mineke. Kusho ukuthi ngoba sathi ukuthi tibuko tifakwa ngelabafunze kakhulu. Sibingelele umphathi lomunye sibongile Makhanya wakithi etiko laka EEC, Principal Secretary, Senior Government Officials, EEC Chief Executive, the management, distinguished ladies and of the various partners, esteemed businesses and leaders, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen. Nangikhuluma ngebe media ngivame ukuthi labathanda tindzaba tebantu. Kepha taba titekwa. Malangeni, it is with a profound sense of honor and privilege that I address you at this 2024 Earth Hour launch and symposium. Ngingaqala nje ukubekhuluma ngicela kudumisa kulaba kulelijali lisukako la kusipha inkondlo lenhle kangaka manje simshayele tanhla bekunene. Lincane lelijaha kepha likhuluma into betendeka le ngabona makwa walo bengadalwa. Sibonge sikhuthate indzaba ukuthi sesicalile ku energy indzaba ngive kutsile kalavumisa sesinaye 10 megawatts lesimproducako lengitawucela mkhonto manje sesiyombona nathi si ministry kuhle kakhulu lokho sithi kube manje bese bashaya bakhuphule bafike ku 100 megawatts bekunene I challenge lesinikako sibanikako leyo sisho ukuthi le call lekhulunywa ngayo bekunene umhlaba vele uyakhala ngayo kepha thina uNkulunkulu lasiphe kona nyalo instead lo le call siyayithatha soyinika lamave lasitshela thina ukuthi singayisebenzisi kodwa thina isuka la ngako ke sisetawuqala nathi ke siyibuka buke ukuthi sitholani ku call lokuhle nje ukuthi call bekunene nyalo sisesigabeni sekuthi lama emissions akasesiko lasabekako le mission lesentshiswako nakugaya gezi ayisabulali kagako siyamdinga ke gezi la ekhaya simdinga for our own domestic use but more for also for industrial use ematingambani natifika la tijike emnyango tithi kude gezi kasimakheni bekunene emalahle eNkulunkulu siphile longafuni sele gezi ngemalahle utafuna sinike lo gezi lofanele ukuthi sitamthola kuphike lokhu saphuwa uNkulunkulu malangeni the Earth Hour is a global initiative to save energy and the environment and to raise a voice towards mitigation and adaptation to climate change. We extend our heartfelt appreciation to EEC and all esteemed Earth Hour partners gathered here today for your unwavering dedication to this initiative, which serves as a beacon of hope in our quest for a sustainable future. We urge more partners to join us in this vital endeavor to protect nature, our life support system, which is in danger, which is in acute danger, in fact. Ngicela ukurecognize vele ukuthi kunabo bani lapha emkhathanisini wethu labamgcoka lesibabita ngama partners. Kune Trust Commission, University, Standard Bank, Nedbank, Matapa Town Board, the Ministry of Environment, Eswatini Environment Authority, Eswatini Regulatory, SERA, Mandalez, Gulp, Sen Projects, Eserac, Montigny, UNESWA, Singampinza Loa, Eswatini Housing Board, Eswatini Water Services, Malkans Town Board, Nabaga Pamlat, Asbashayile Tanja beunene. Siyabonga kuba khona kwenu bekunene, sicela nalabanye babe khona sibambisane. This is very important to protect the nature for the sake of our next generations. Njoba sekushidiwe nje itolo ngazi ukuthi siyaphinza phinza, asiphinza phinzi. Ngilobo umqoka balendzaba yeku protector the planet malangeni. The recent storms around the country that caused and damaged to property are a big indication that nations are very vulnerable to to climate change. These events followed the wind storms in August of 2023. The wind storms are uncommon a phenomenon. This experience is a lesson to all of us that it is important to protect the environment as well as to mitigate the effects of climate change. I'm certain that together we can implement small yet impactful changes to rejuvenate our planet. The theme of this year's event focuses on assessing our progress towards achieving net zero emissions, a crucial step in combating climate change. It is evident from the recent global climate action assessment that current global energy production contributes significantly to carbon emissions. Now, over thousands and thousands and thousands, vele abogezi ubhekene. Nathi vele futhi vele ushisa umhlaba, kepha ke kusemgomeni wethu ukuthi umhlaba upholaphole bekunene. Because njengoba lisho lelija, litside, if we attack nature, nature will attack us and more vigorously. Uthi PS bantu abethu batasisola. Batasisola kuphi? Sitakufa sonke. Sitawufa sonke. That's what is very important. In future kude nabe umhlaba uyashisa. Emissions and global warming, the current trends show that the temperature is far above the target of keeping the global temperature increase at 1.5% of degrees above pre-industrial levels to mitigate severe climate risks. Eswatini pledge at our COP28 underscores our commitment to increasing renewable energy and improving energy efficiency. Of note is that the local power generation is renewable. Sisengafiki kuma emissions. Singakushayela tandla lokho. We must promote cross-sector collaboration and embrace stewardship in our national climate action agenda. Every individual, household, policymaker, and businesses have a role to play in combating climate change. I urge the citizens of Eswatini to join us during the Earth Hour on March 23, 2024. Let us demonstrate our commitment by turning off non-essential lights and appliances, and remember our dedication to environment extends beyond the hour. It's not just to switch for that hour. Let's practice it on a daily basis, because we are contributor lo lokuncane lokucishile kumqoka kakhulu. Ngingithanze nje nabala bacishe emagisi, ngiyacisha nami lekhaya. Ngobe ngitshela ukuthi ngireduce imali yami yokubhadala gas. Kanzi mbamba ngisita lokuthi umhlaba uphile ngconywana. Uyasitakala na uthola imali nemhlaba uyasitakala. Lokuvula nje noma sengisemini ungagezi umuntu kunjani awu asikugege bekunene. Ne TV nje sekuphele isikhathi singayibuki. Kulomanye emakhaya khanze TV ithi idlalela yodwa akunamuntu iyatibukela yona. Asiku nawuphuma ku TV icishe wena kunene kuze kuphele kungatuli imali umhlaba. With these few words nine bekunene, I officially declare the 2024 Earth Hour initiative launched. Thank you.
Awu bekunene singashaya tandla sisalungela kuhlala phansi. Siyabonga nduna lehloniphekile wabeka kwevakala mane ngathi kusenemsebenzi lokhona Nozipho ngicela ukuthi nduna lehloniphekile nginiketele libandla le Earth Hour ngosi ukuthi libe nale lingakusho kukhona laba kulungisako lokuyi logistic around lelo line Qipho sowuvela ungenile eintweni former chairperson we Arts and Culture induna lehloniphekile seyivele yajabula ngemsebenzi wakho angivele ngosi ukuthi lo Jaloyi part time he's an attorney kodwa yena ngesikhona mbamba vele ungumdlali waseshashalazini ngosongondlo uyahlabela umuntu lophila vele ngalelo khono sesiyethemba nje ukuthi njengoba ama captains of industry ala ukhalile kuseni wacela wathi uvitsho bongishoshelela enduneni lehloniphekile sengimphasela leliqatha nduna lehloniphekile bamthethe Essex lengilandi ukuthi ayewenda imasters yelaw environmental law emanjena ke sewukhala ngetimbasha ngesimina awu ungafana ukhala eqipho ngetimbasha sisembasheni lo sila and so siyacela nje minister usale simshoshelela bakhona bakamhlabuhlangene lapha kukhona lonke lihlobo lomuntu eluvako ukuthi kukhona labafisile ukuthatha kulesinye isigaba kude le level tawukhula lwati ngobe ezizingena kule era lesikuyo mntwana ngosi ibita labo evidence based decision making kufuneka iresearch kufuneka sihleleke singakhulumi nje kujabula nekukitateka leso sikhathi can I give to my compeer a moment to give us direction on the next activity honorable minister thank you
Siyabonga kakhulu bekunene MD sitawucela mhlungwane ukuthi side kuleli hlangothi bekunene aseta MD mhlawumbe nemfane Nkosi ngicela kungeda wena wekunene ukuthi ne renewable energy of eSwatini ikhona na UNDP ukhona na NDMA ukhona ne house on fire partnership Babylon investments Instacash JA ngithi angete nje Nkosi ayakhula mfane Nkosi lama partners na Nedbank siyabonga na Nedbank na Lactalis sebavele badekile mfane Nkosi la ngaphandle bayakhangisa wena wekunene they are part of ama partners ethu ngithi nje angivete bekunene sebangakasali ngaphandle siyabonga
ngikuhlonipha lokukhulu nje bengingacela indvuna bengicela futhi nalomlayeto walelijale liye Essex uhunyoshwe kuze sonke stop benefit.
As the honorable minister is coming up, the MD is just requesting that, ladies and gentlemen, I update our people who are not conversant with the local vocab or lingo. That what was simply saying is that the performer of the day, Qipo Intellectual, as he was announced earlier, is currently having an ambition to enroll with the University of Essex, where he has been admitted already to pursue studies in environmental law at master's level. But the challenge at the moment is funding to do that. And so because I understand, when I said we're at Mbasheni, I was simply saying there is everyone who can have means to assist him pursue his dream. And so may you make it come true. As we say, your hour, your power, say our people, you know, with those little things that we can contribute as a whole or as individuals to make this dream come true. Ladies and gentlemen, that was just that in a brief as we welcome the Honorable Minister on stage for the next endeavor. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ngicela nishaya itandla nisacabanga ngalesicelo sacipho.
Ngibani lo lotho uhushu. Sengiyo ke isimboli enebe kunene yalomsebenzi wanamhlanje kuthi utawuhamba njani. Sibonga nje kakhulu kubo bonke labakhona, siyeva ukuthi nami le list lengibelile kubabalelenge baphindze bangeta labanye. Kunabo bantu abanye utshani? Kunamba abane municipal council as well. Can you clap for them please? Lelija lelinakho lenkondlo hawu lifuna imali tawucimeta nje likhathathe la ikhona. Ikhona. Environment ihambe embili. Futhi ke lesikolo lesiyakhuluma ngaso, sikolo sibili impela. Siyaphila nje impela, ngiyasathi nami. Bekunene asibonge umsebenzi unjalo. Schedule salo umsebenzi wonke sesibekiwe la. Uye ku website dasithola, uye ephepheni dasithola, usikhumbuta nje umkhonto ephepheni. Kusho ukuthi naku sitokwadi ukulandzela. Bekunene asibonge. Netikolo atitabe solo tivakashelwa, tifundziswa. Bantwana bamcoka ukuthi bati lokuthi the protection of the earth is very important. And bona ke bakahle batasikhumbuta lemakhaya ngoba sije sikhohlwa lokhohlwa thina. Mkhonto sokhulumile la bona ngoba it's their future. But afana basikhumbuta. Thank you Malangeni. Asiyale pass.
Siyabonga Honorable Minister, usengakahlali phansi nje le bandla lengithumile ukuthi ngitele bongela ipresence yakho nganasi Sipho. Lengakusho nje Honorable Minister ukuthi nalabanye basatawuchubeka basivile lesimemo batawuchubeka basijoine in the partnership ngalelanga lamhla ka 23 sesiyawuba balula bonke laba sijoinile kulomkhankaso we Earth Hour. Ngosi.
Vele lesithombe senda emalumbo lesi. Sifuna kuphihlika lamvi kwabantu labadzala. Siyabonga dokotela sosikhalimile. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicela sishaye intandla bekunene kuloko lokucetha kwendeka. Siyabonga kakhulu bekunene, siyabonga kakhulu umntwana enkosi ukuthi ukhona. Ngicela ukuthi indlu ibe aweke ukuthi kulomzuzu kutaba nelithuba lekokuthi indvuna lehloniphekile ngemisebenzi leminyenti bekunene ngeke sakhona kuyicedzela kanye nayo lo msebenzi. Ngakho sibese sithatha lelithuba nje lekokuthi lithi kodwa iyabuya ithi ufuna kuba khona kulama discussions lawa latawendeka epanel. And so ngicela kulesikhathi samanje mfana uthinze nje kancane induna ehloniphekile ithi shavu kuphuthuma lo munye umhlangano isetawuphinze isijoyini. Ngicela sihloniphe induna bekunene isaphumela ngaphandle. May we allow the exit of the honorable minister to attend to other exigencies. He shall be coming back soon for the panel discussion. So we shall have the honorable minister. Please mind the exit. Thank you, honorable minister. Siyabonga Nkosi.
Sibonga kakhulu wena ukunene.
Luxolo Nkosi.
Inkosi.
You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Maye bekukahle nihwebhela mina senimendana lo mlomzala. Niyakanga man. Ngicela kulesikhathi samanje may I invite the Executive Director of Eswatini Environment Authority, Mr. Qina Isaac Dladla bekunene. Uhlala gibela indizo zonke emalanga ehlenyuka nale mihlangano. Lamuhla briefly utasichazela ukuthi uthini lakhe lichaza nalabo lasebenta nabo kulomsebenzi we-Earth Hour nekokuthi sibheke ini kulonyaka sesimephi thina silivela kangwane ngo onke lama conventions and protocols lesikhuluma ngawo. Mkabatseli ngicela simshayele intandla bekunene.
Jovicho. Thank you very much, Program Director. Indvuna enkosi ehambile. Can you have the projector on? I think the projector is off. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just start by saying, as introduced, I'm Qina Dladla. I work for the Swatini Environment Authority, and we are happy to be part of this year's Earth Hour once again, and we are quite happy that we have been part of it since the beginning. And I think the subject for today around the issue of how we can move along this path of net zero is something that is probably very, very important for us. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to share a few thoughts. And I must just acknowledge that the things I'm going to be saying here, I was being assisted by Mr. Rex Brown at the back there. So if there's something totally incorrect here, don't blame the messenger, blame Rex, my senior brother in this field. Now, the issue of how we can strive for low carbon economies, I think is at the heart of the discussions around the issues of climate change, whether you look at it in the side of how we can mitigate climate change and also how we can look at how we can adapt to climate change. Now, the issue of how we can transform and take action that is needed to limit the issue of global temperatures, particularly limiting it within the 1.5 degrees, is at the heart of what this net zero discussion is trying to achieve. Now, the issue here is about how we create this balance around the amount of greenhouse gases that we emit into the atmosphere, at the same time we look at how we remove some of the greenhouse gases that are already obtaining in the atmosphere. The other day I was looking at the NASA visuals which were coming from planet Mars, and I had this sense of tranquility as I was looking at the video, looking at this planet quite deserted. The visuals that they were sharing had some sound, some audio visuals around it. And when you look at the visuals, you can tell that in the absence of humanity, there's still this faraway planet, no plant, no nothing, but still there's a sense of tranquility about it. And it dawned to me that it is possible that planet Earth can reach a state of such dissolution one day if we don't take this conversation around the net zero and how we can cut the issues of the global temperatures around this particular issue here. Now, the issue is around some of the commitments around this. I think the latest figures are saying 145 countries have committed to say we want to take action. And this represents around 90% of the global economy. And probably even more than 150 companies who have said we want to be part of this net zero. But the question is, what do we do beyond these commitments? What can we do beyond just the pledges that we have been doing? And I just wanted to share some of these slides because the issues is around these global emissions. As you can see, on the green is mainly the developing countries, and on the other color, what color is that? It's mainly your developed countries. If you look at Europe, these are quite old figures, but if you look at Europe alone, they were sitting around 27% of the global emissions. And you look at America alone, 30%. Africa, only 2.5%. But the discussion is, what do we do as developing countries? Irregardless of the picture that we see from what the past history in terms of the emissions has been. Now, that's where then as a country, the issue of how or what strategies we can employ becomes part of our conversation. I just wanted to share this graphic. Is a bit hazy because of the distance, but if you look at the global emissions by sector, cumulatively you see that the energy sector is probably where the opportunity is when you talk of net zero. And by energy, I'm not just talking electricity or power generation only, but you are looking at transport, you are looking at use in industry, you are looking at in the building sector, you can even break it down further to look at transportation and all of these issues. So this is where the main opportunity for our net zero action is in the energy sector, and it's quite pleasing that EEC is leading us in this conversation, and that's where we need to harness the discussion. Just taking from the statement by the Honorable Minister, one of the challenges for us as probably developing countries, including countries in sub-Saharan Africa, is that in the next, by 2050, where we are supposed to probably achieve some of these targets, we're expecting 2 billion more people on the planet. And about half of those people are here in sub-Saharan Africa, about 600 million people. That's where then the issue of how then do you deal with the issue of the sectors that are driving development in sub-Saharan Africa, including here in Eswatini. How do you deal with the issue of our vulnerabilities as society? How do you deal with the cost of production you need for your agriculture to feed this population? I was seeing some visuals the other day that in Malawi there's some regions this year where there's almost 100% crop failure as a result of drought. Now, how do you deal with those issues? How do you deal with the issues around your biodiversity and ecosystems? Because in the debate, in the equation around net zero, the ecosystem's health, your ecological infrastructure becomes as important as your other means of production. The amount of investment that you are supposed to do on your industrial processes should be equally attracting the same level of investment for your ecological infrastructure, for your ecosystems. How much do we value our trees and our habitats? How much do we value that? Here in Eswatini, we've been doing tree planting. Since I think my university days, we used to go out and do tree planting. And the sad part is that for all our trees that we plant, the survival rate for most of those trees is around 20 to 15 and 20%. Nasingasukuma nje lo sisi tree planting. Rest assured, only probably 5, 10 or 15% of those trees are going to survive. How do we change that? Because as part of this discussion, that's where we need to look at moving forward. Now, I'm not going to say much about this. The director, my colleague Dudu, is going to say much about our commitment specifically around the NTC. But I think what I just want to emphasize is that MD also mentioned this, the issue of how do we transition, how do we bring this issue of renewable energy in our conversation? And what role can it play in terms of driving us closer to our targets for net zero? And as I've said, you have seen the contribution of the energy sector. Unless we answer some of the key questions around the energy for the country in all the sectors, in transport and all of these areas, we cannot be closer to making sure that we meet our targets for our net zero 2050 targets. And that's why I think the conversation the Honourable Minister was leading here this morning is important in terms of saying, how do we look at our energy mix and how do we elevate our commitments around the investments in the right sectors, particularly in the mix that is looking at bringing more renewables in our energy sector. As well as the issue of land restoration, as I was saying, that we have to look at the ecological infrastructure in a different way. How do we deal with a scenario where more and more land is being converted for whatsoever uses? More settlements going into virgin land, more illicit activities like dagga growing, going to our natural forests, cutting a lot of these natural trees. How do we deal with all of those issues in terms of our discussion going forward? The issue of waste and how we cut emissions, as well as the emissions that are coming from our industrial processes, also is going to be key in terms of our journey going forward. But the issue of how we lift our people out of poverty will always linger and always haunt us. As I was saying, that in Africa alone, out of the 47 least developing countries, 33 are here in Africa. So it means the epicenter for innovation around how we can answer the questions around livelihood and poverty are here. And I've already said that as a Swatini, we are also dealing with that issue where we have this pressure of making sure that we stimulate economic growth and at the same time we want to cut emissions. How do we deal with that conversation? I'm not going to elaborate this point around the power generation deficit and the issue of energy poverty, as some people call it. Because I think it's a non-fact for us. But the point I'm making is that if we are going to keep this conversation around the net zero target for the country, we really need to work together as all sectors to answer the power generation deficit question for the country. I know the Honourable Minister spoke about the thermal power, the MD also mentioned that. We really need to look at then how do we decouple some of the issues that goes with that so that we are able to deal with the equilibrium between livelihoods and as well as the issues of our net zero targets and going forward how we deal with that. There's this expectation that we can then leapfrog some of these problems that we have. And we expect that the Western countries, as our negotiators do usually say during our COP negotiations, to say developed countries must do their part. But we know that history has shown us that no one is going to really come and answer our call. We really need to make sure we bring our own innovation around this. As Eswatini, we need to bring our own innovation around how we can bring and answer our questions around all of these issues. We need to look at our rich biodiversity. What can we do around it? Now there's a discussion around the issue of carbon markets and carbon trading. Is it an answer? There's a huge promise there. And there's a lot of debate, I know, because the issue of land becomes important when it comes to the issue of carbon trading and the carbon trades. And we have heard stories in Kenya, in Zimbabwe, where native communities have lost thousands of hectares of land through these carbon trading and carbon markets that are currently being promoted. Colleagues, I'm not going to dwell much on this because the panel is still coming. I just want to touch on the issue of the circular economy, which is another way of saying for our waste sector, we really need to make sure that we promote circularity, begin to say our economy, particularly our design and our industrial processes, look at this in a different way, because the linear economy is not going to take us to net zero. We really to begin to say we manufacture things to remanufacture. That's why we are beginning to see interventions around single-use plastics, promoting more sustainable technologies so that we can see progress on these areas. Let me just, before I conclude, say this. The issue of partnerships is important, but there's also an opportunity here that as a country, we need to do more on climate financing. And the opportunity is that we should work together to harness the available resources. Whether you are talking of resources from the Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, the Global Environment Facility, Biodiversity Framework Fund, and other funds. We really need to work together. It's always important to have partners like UNDP here and all of us, the private sector, so that we can begin to harness the opportunity. The issue here is that as a country, we have not done enough to take advantage of the resources that are there. But I'm happy to say in the recent 3 or 4 years, there's been a bit of movement in terms of pipe projects that are coming, which are going to come into this space. And the private sector needs to come and play their role here. And it's important to say, I was talking to my colleague during COP28, that we need to see more people from the finance sector taking interest here. Because if you go walk into the bank and you talk climate finance today, very few of our colleagues in the bank would be actually having the type of information that they need. How do we move without the finance sector being part of the conversation here? So those are some of the things that I would encourage. My last point is that for me, we need to look at how we can focus on interventions that promote core benefits. By core benefits, I mean we can mitigate, at the same time, create climate resilience and adapt to climate change. And those are the activities that, given our economic development path, we need to focus on, to say, how do we leverage on activities that promote core benefits? Core benefits on job creation, core benefits on multiple economic benefits for the country, and ensuring at the same time we mitigate emissions of greenhouse gases. So that's where the discussion has to be, and that's where capacity has to be, and that's where investments has to be. Thank you very much. Ungangibongeleli ke Jovicho. Ngiqedile.
Thank you very much. Ngicela sishayeleni Mr. Dladlatandla. Uvela kahle kakhulu ku TV ekhaya. Kunel page lapha lelikhona lelithi #your your power. Noma uthi #cisha logesi utati ngena epage la ka EEC. And so ke ngilawu utawuqhubeka khona ubone lo msebenzi. Siyanivusela lapha emakhaya, siyajabula kuba nani. Sicela ukuthi nani nidlale lichaza lenu. You can do your part in mitigating kulesimo sema carbon emissions. Kulesikhathi samanje ngidawucela ukuthi nginiketele longu EEC Project Environmental Officer Ms. Nozipho Nomzana Mziyako, who will lead us into the next session. Letawuhambisana ne panel discussion. Angivete bandla ningesabi, it won't be long. Itawuba exciting. Please engage as much as the panelists will be leading the session. But for those who are interested in making contributions or getting more about Kipo's journey to Essex, you can contact Qiniso Motha at 7641 6084 7641 6084 or nimfakele ku email. You can contact him at qinisoamota@gmail.com. Qiniso for Q, qinisoamota@gmail.com. Cela ukuthi sendeni lesingakwenda to make his dream come true. Njengoba sashilo babedladla ukuthi kule conversation lena we need more collaboration, and so we need more people to be getting knowledge bafunze. We need to be sending people away to get as much knowledge as they can so that our innovation is informed. Ingendeki nje haphazardly ngekuthi umuntu uvuka sithunyo, but kube khona la kuphethe lokuyi substance. We appreciate the presence of UNESCO in the house because academia also plays a huge role in as far as the research and development around such issues is concerned. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Ms. Nozipho Mziyako, the Project Environmental Officer from Eswatini Electricity Company. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Nomzana.
Thank you so very much. Ngiyabonga nginivusele. All protocol reserved and observed. Siyabonga. Ngicabanga ukuthi bo MC bengingakasho shemvele but ibirthday yami namhla. So mhlambe bekangathi we are welcome in birthday girl. Benga appreciate kakhulu.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nozipho. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip. She's a lady.
Yes. Thank you so very much. I think this will be one of my highlights. My birthday, Mangtena 30 years soon. Without wasting any time, we thank you so very much for our presenters. Much has been said about our topic today, which is the journey towards a net zero, experiences, opportunities, and challenges. I think the main highlight is that time is definitely of the essence. We have, not so long ago, we had a World Cup, that was 10 years ago. And not so long ago, Emma 2000s, or people we regard as Emma 2000s, were just kids running around my streets, but now they are actually running boardrooms, they are running companies, they're running organizations. So 6 years to 2030, it's around the corner, 2 decades to 2050. That can happen anytime soon. No, in February 15. Yes, but I think beyond good time is definitely of the essence. What we should be asking ourselves is, are we on track? MD Ugilewa highlighted we are definitely not on track as a globe. But what we want to discuss today is how are we as Eswatini? Are we somewhat on track? Are we off track? Are we getting there? What is the profile? What is the picture looking like? As a signatory to a Paris Agreement, Swaziland has a lot to do and has a nationally determined contributions, but we have gaps that we need to close and we need to know what are the challenges that are faced. I am not the right person in title I'm not the right person to talk on this topic. How is Eswatini looking? I'd like to invite our speaker today, who will be focusing on the topic, Ms. Duduzile Nhlengetwa Mota, the Director of Meteorology in Eswatini. Ms. Duduzile holds a postgraduate diploma in meteorology and a master's degree in mathematical and numerical modeling of the atmosphere and oceans. Big things. She has more than 15 years' experience in climate change negotiations and climate change works. With vast experience in stakeholder engagement, Ms. Duduzile believes that she has learned that for climate action to be effective, there is a need to leave no one behind, including non-state actors and disadvantaged groups. We look forward to your presentation. Margaret Dudu, and please come join us. Help me welcome Margaret Dudu. And we hope that she won't take much time.
Sengidambhatalisa noZipho because utangixoshisa kamba bemasinula endlini namuhla ngingimake masina. Thank you very much. Nginivusele nonke endlini, and for the purposes of today, can I call you all climate actors? Because yes, we are all about climate action, and we all have the responsibility to act, and yes, we will. There is this board that is next to me that has been put here. It came to me with this year's hashtag that we are dealing with, which is your hour, your power. And I have a different hashtag on the presentation that I have today. This year is a year of coincidences. Itolo, it was a day. I think this celebration, this launch should have been yesterday, but noZipho bekafuna celebrate his birthday yakhe, so cool. But while it was Valentine's Day yesterday, for some of us, we also knew it's Ash Wednesday. And Ash Wednesday, it's the beginning of the Lent period. Now, the Earth Hour is celebrated on the last Saturday of March. And it's on the 23rd. Is that the last Saturday of March? Of course not. The reason why it's not on the last Saturday of March is because the last Saturday of March, which is our Earth Hour commemoration day, it's Holy Saturday. That is another coincidence. So we have the whole Lent period at our disposal to think about how are we getting to net zero. And on that day, once again, the day that we have now chosen, the 23rd, because the 23rd is World Meteorological Day. It's not Earth Hour Day. And this hashtag, this one, is for World Meteorological Day. So we have the whole Lenten period to think about how we are going to use our hour, every hour, as Ashito PS, to be our power, noting that we are on the front line of climate action. And on the front line of climate action, we will need to get to net zero. Net zero is a target that has been set globally for 2050. Babel Dladla, in his presentation, I think his first slide was explaining net zero. I had different, rather very simplistic way of trying to explain net zero. And I thought if we could start by this one. This, I think even our primary school kids know that our atmosphere is mostly nitrogen than oxygen, and we're battling with the small space there, that is 1%. But that 1% is very, very, very critical. It's what has changed our world from what our great-grandfathers knew to what we knew at an earlier stage, and it's changing to something that we don't know, and we are leaving our children with something that we wouldn't have loved to inherit. So then we got to the challenge of saying, how then do we get to net zero? Because we are supposed to be having 0.4% carbon dioxide And then the other gases, 9.96%, and that is where we have all these other greenhouse gases again, our methane and all the HFCs, some of which we have made ourselves and added to this natural balance. Now, talking about net zero, this is just random numbers. It's just to say, if we were to give an example and say we are different countries, one country has 10, another has 5, we're in different, we have different emission levels, we're at different development levels, another has 17, another has 18, we're at 55. At 40, sorry. And if we continue the way we are so comfortable going on about, everybody is going to be increasing and then we end up at 55. But if we end up at 55, we are not going to get to net zero. We are not going to limit our temperature increase, of which under the Paris Agreement, we agreed to limit it to 2 degrees, a 2-degree increase above pre-industrial times and preferably 1.5 degrees. And we're clearly missing the mark. Babedladla has said that. So we all need to do something. So if we go for a zero approach, then we all have to, then we all have to talk about zero. All of us need to not emit, no emissions. And I am sure if we can take that route. So we went for the route here, net zero. When we go for net zero, starting with the countries themselves, some will emit 3, some will emit -4, 2, -1, and then everything adds to 0. That is the countries. But apart from the countries, in our work, working Tinzabataka climate change, we have categorized economies when it comes to emissions. To the energy sector, I think Lala showed us the schematic. There's the energy sector, there is the industrial processes and products. Combined, it is agriculture, forestry, and other land use. Now, we can also say each of those sectors should reach zero, should just have their own net zero, or we can have each of the sectors, some emitting, some taking up, and then we get to net zero. The challenge we have, it's only about 26 years to 2050 that we have, and my prayer is that I will see 2050, and I believe some of us will be there, despite the age we'll be at, to ask ourselves, we're at 2050, how have we progressed? Now, this is the emissions coming from our inventory as a country for 2018. More work is being done to update. But if we look, I think we saw, which is the global presentation of how emissions are looking like, with energy taking on about 75% of the emission space. But in our instance, we have found ourselves with agriculture, forestry, and other land use giving us more emissions than energy, and energy being the next, and then there's waste. Our industrial processes, we still need to industrialize, so we are quite low. We are down there 21 gigagrams if we compare with everything else. If we look at the 3,240 that we're emitting as a total as a country. Now, the question is, well, maybe before I talk about the question, quite often we normally say we are a small country, this is 0.0, whatever percentage of what the globe is emitting, so it's okay. The question that I want us to think about is, as a percentage, how much land do we occupy in the globe? And then ask ourselves the next question, as a percentage, how many % are we compared to the globe? Once we answer those questions, we will realize, excuse me, and then when we get outside, we will say, yes, we are insignificant. But if ubuka per capita, ngabe ikona imvelo, and aren't we all responsible citizens of the world? Don't we need to take play our part as well? Maybe before I move to the next slide, I would also like to talk to this problem that we have. This is a problem because other countries, they have this sector being a sink, which means for us, it's emitting, but for other countries, it's taking up carbon dioxide. Now we are at a time where Inzaba carbon markets is very big, and we are all looking to carbon markets. We have so much forest and so on, and we want to go into carbon trading and get some billions and so on and so forth. And from my end, I'm like, yes, we need to participate in the carbon markets, but we still need to get our story right. We need to get our legislative framework right. We don't want to find ourselves having compromised the land that we have and our children. But how do we start, say, putting up our forest, for instance, on the carbon market when we have this? I think as a country, we have a lot of thinking to do about this one. But one thing that I will say is, again, when we do the inventory, we found that this sector, again, is the one with the highest uncertainty. And there's a lot of work that we are currently doing to try and improve on the uncertainty. Yes, and then maybe as I get to the end, this is what we committed as a country. But for this one, I just wanted us to look at this. Who knows what that is? Okay, the red one, it's saying it's what we have committed to do because we are trying to get below where we have been, and the blue one is where we would be with business as usual. But this jump here, we couldn't get rid of it because, as we have all heard, we're still currently talking about coal. And if we go for the coal, this is what we expect. But the reality of the matter is it's hitting us all hard, and we're all responsible citizens. And whether you have that jump or not, yes, we are reducing against business as usual, but we are far from getting to net zero, and we cannot expect other people to take up our emissions while we continue business as usual. So together we can work and come up with interventions on how we can turn the graph towards net zero. Some that are training on modeling. I also left a team that is working on modeling for the agriculture sector. I think we can work together. We are obviously not on the right track, both globally and locally, but let us work together to turn the graph towards net zero. Yes, while we are saying hashtag in the front line of climate action, also hashtag your hour, your power, and we will switch off and contribute towards mitigating, contribute towards net zero. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show is still on Ms. Nozipho Mziago. She's the one moderating the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Magetutu. Ngingakaqhubeki nje ngicela ukuxolisa. Yabona MC makabhiza khuluma ngamotha, ucale wona nje ekuceleni. Wathi bantu bakadlamini waphenza wabuya wathi motha waphenza wathi bantu kwasisanganisa ngixolisa kakhulu. Babe Masina ukhona nawe ngiyaxolisa. Ngicela sihlale ngelunch sixolelane. Make Masina, me and you are always friends. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much for that very comprehensive summary you gave on Eswatini's journey. Kunyendi kakhulu, but I'd like to just, anyone who's interested on the presentation, please feel free to contact Themba Twala. Themba Twala will then take your contact details and will email you I like Mage Masena Gotu, you did highlight Gotu, we are all responsible citizens, and also then we are all responsible organizations. And I think as we are all seated here today, the message is that we can all turn the graph towards net zero. The topic, of course, as highlighted, if we are all responsible citizens, is not just, cannot be tackled by one stakeholder. It is not a responsibility, Met, it is not a responsibility, EEC, nor is it a responsibility of only one sector, which most of the time is the energy sector. It is a broad stakeholder base, and today we have the honor of engaging on the subject with well-renowned experts, panel of experts who will discuss what Mage Masina has just summarized and dissect the topic from their organizational experience, from their expertise, from their opinions, and also from their various perspectives. Please allow me, now let me make sure, ngibe slow. Please allow me to welcome first, order, Mr. Mangaliso Mohammed. Mr. Mangaliso is an accomplished research economist who has distinguished himself in the field of sustainable development with his impactful contributions to economy policy, research, strategic initiatives, particularly within the Eswatini economy. He holds a double major degree in environmental science and economics and a master's degree in environment and sustainability with specialization in bioresource economics. In over 11 years, Mr. Mohammed has significantly contributed to areas such as environmental sustainability, climate change, energy projects, and fostering inclusive growth. He is currently working as a sustainable development specialist with UNDP Eswatini. Welcome, Mr. Mohammed. Please join us as we're about to discuss. You can give him a round of applause. Thank you. Agasi Yetwage, Mr. Mohammed, who will also be joining Ms. Dudu Masina. We also have Mr. Sihle Makakula. Mr. Sihle is an electrical engineer by profession and is passionate about energy sector policy, regulation, and sustainability. Mr. Makakula holds a Bachelor of Engineering honors degree in Electrical Power Systems Engineering and is currently pursuing his Masters of Engineering degree. Sihle currently works at Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority, holding the position of Acting Engineering Manager, looking at electricity regulation. We welcome you, Mr. Makakula. And last but definitely not least, ngumqoka kugcina ngabizo wakho. We welcome Ms. Nozipho P. Dlamini. Shothi langa labo Nozipho namhla. Ms. Nozipho is an occupational health, safety, environment, and quality professional who is passionate about environmental science, sustainability, and check management systems. She holds an undergrad and postgraduate degree in environmental science and an environmental impact assessment certificate. In her 15 years of experience, Nozipho's dedication and love for environmental sciences has been displayed in her work, and she has also contributed to climate change initiatives such as the development of the nationally determined contributions for Eswatini, amongst many other things. Ms. Nozipho is a firm believer in solving environmental problems by merging both science and indigenous knowledge. I think Xibo will be very happy about this. Welcome, Nozipho. Apologies about that. Senektinga multi-stakeholder management lestendi. We sincerely apologize about that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I'd just like to encourage everyone to take down notes. After this session, we will go for a lunch break, but we do have a floor discussion and we encourage you to engage more on the matter. We have the experts here with us. They are willing to respond. Even the difficult questions that you've had all your lives or you've read something in the paper, please feel free. We have renowned experts here who are willing to answer you today, especially with regards to our topic, the journey towards net zero. I'd like to start with Mr. Mohammed. I'm starting with you because we just had the director here touching on being on the front line of climate action. That's what we are called to do. And I know that as a role, yeah, UNDP really is to advocate for change and foster that knowledge. You have to push us as entities, especially our government, and provide resources towards meeting our nationally determined contributions. I think I would like to know, and also maybe everyone would like to know, can you share what you've seen as the low-hanging fruits as you've worked in that space? What are the low-hanging fruits and what gaps have you identified from Ngong Kenje in the sense of policy, fostering that framework here for us to push and foster knowledge in the sense of my policies, skills, partnership development, and success towards the successful implementation of, in particular, Lama NDCs.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. That's a mouthful. But I think in terms of low-hanging fruit for Eswatini, we need to think about our climate policy and how we can move it forward to legislate some of these actions that need to be taken in order to move us towards the net zero targets that we have as an economy. We need to be organized as agents in the economy, the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, and us as individual citizens in Eswatini in all of the actions that we have as we try to develop. So what I mean by being organized is that we need to be deliberate in terms of the actions that we want to see private sector participating in. We've heard about agriculture being a sector that is emitting instead of being an environmental sink, so that we can get to a space where we have more carbon sequestration in the economy. And so what deliberate action can we inculcate in all the different spaces of the economy to ensure that by 2030, by 2050, we reach our targets? And so a major opportunity is this renewable energy space. And so I think it is possible for Eswatini to be powered by by 100% renewable energies. But by 2030, I think we should move swiftly to get to a point where our energy mix, we find that 50% we are powered by renewable energies. And then also an opportunity is to look at our NDC. And then it's an ambitious thing that government has committed, but we need to then think about our long-term vision in the implementation of that NDC. What does that mean? We are still battling issues of poverty in the Eswatini economy, but at the same time, we want to address that through our industrialization policy. And so as we industrialize and lift people out of poverty, we need to make sure that we're taking advantage of the green economy, the circular economy, so that we are creating new sectors where people can find jobs, but in those jobs, we are not being resource intensive, especially if our inputs of production are going to be requiring a lot of energy, then it's going to be hard for us to meet those net zero targets. And so renewable energy provides an opportunity, but also as we think about our young people in productive economic activities. So I think overall, it's about us thinking about the deliberate action that we want to take as responsible citizens, companies, private sector, and public sector, especially at policy level, so that we all know what is expected of us, so that we can guide the behavior in a much more deliberate way. I would say thank you.
Thank you very much. I know I gave you a mouthful question, but I think you've really covered it well, especially with the low-hanging fruits. You did touch on policy, and then with the opportunities you highlighted, the opportunity in renewable energy. And I am aware, don't correct her, Masena, if I'm wrong, but I know that Eswatini in her NDCs has really set an ambitious target, 50% increased share in renewable energy in the energy mix. And that's where, Babe Makakula, where you come in. I'd like to put you on the spotlight, Nyalo, when we especially Masbuga, Lenza Bale, Fawang, Babe Mohammed, the low-hanging fruits in the sense of policy. How is that looking for Eswatini? There's an opportunity here, renewable energy, and we have this low-hanging fruit, take climate policy or policies that really enable an environment to be inclusive for all, so that we also tackle Nanzabaya poverty. How is that looking for Eswatini? Is this an achievable commitment in What strategies are you doing as an organization? Let me not be mouthful. Let me just leave it there for now. I think you can take us through your journey, or take us through, Goti, is it really achievable, and how is the policy framework looking?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for having us here. I think it had already been a mouthful. Yeah, from a policy point of view, I think the country has quite a number of enabling policies and regulatory frameworks. Looking at the policy and regulatory environment, I think we have quite a number of enabling instruments that would allow the country to move towards achieving most of the targets around renewable energy. From the National Energy Policy, which also looks at a target of 50% renewable energy in the mix. We have also the Independent Power Producer Policy, which looks at establishing an enabling environment for private sector participation for increase of renewable energy in the country. We also speak of the energy efficiency and conservation policy, just to name these three, which also looks at, one of the objectives, or some of the objectives being enhancing mechanisms or strategies to mitigate the detrimental effects of climate change. As an organization, I think, perhaps before I get to that point, the policy environment, I believe it is enabling. Of course, yes, there is always room for improvement, and I think government is working on developing even more policies because the environment that we're operating in the energy sector is one dynamic, environment with new technologies emerging and so on. And as such, one of the policies that are being developed now, I think government is working around developing e-mobility or electric vehicle policy. It's also one way to support the adoption and deployment of electric vehicles in the country. There's quite a number of these initiatives. Also, from a regulatory point of view, I think the regulator has taken it upon itself, and as part of its mandate to ensure that it create and develop a number of regulatory tools that will support the uptake of renewable energy in the country, and also promote and encourage private sector participation. I can name quite a number of these, but I think for the purpose of this discussion, I'll just speak to some of these that one, we have issues of high reliance on imports. And one of the regulatory instruments that we have developed and are working on is what we term the small-scale embedded generation framework, which looks at encouraging Emaswati to actually develop their own power generation systems for their own consumption, but also be compensated for exported electricity energy to the grid via a net billing approach. That's just one of these. We have also looked at, in line with government policy around universal access. We have developed and looked into regulatory tools or frameworks around the deployment of mini-grids on off-grid solutions in the country to ensure that we support and make the environment enabling for the deployment of mini-grid systems to achieve universal access. I think I can end there for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mtombeni. Usakhuluma, it is clear that there's a joint direction from what UNDP has stated. When you're talking about low-hanging fruits, these are things that you are currently working on as Sarah. You have enabling instruments, but I think it's not really directed kuwe kuphela, but I just want to go back to Mage Masina now. In terms of the mouthful of knowledge that we have, it's when you're looking at your slides, you get you did do masters in numerical and you know the big stuff. But I want to know now, in the sense of grassroots level, how is Yonkele information? How is it cascaded down to a normal citizen like me? How is it cascaded to Gogo Losekaya? Go to Yati Gogo, this is what we're working on. Yati Gogo, soon we want people to generate their electricity, and we have a policy laying Gago. I know it's not only a question for Babe Makakula. That's why I'm directing it to you, Mage Masina, because I believe Nisenda Lama NTCs, you then have to think about not only targeting organizations as we are here, but also targeting children, targeting the rural communities. What is it that you are doing in that platform, if there is anything? We'd like to know so that we also engage, and that is connect.
Yes, the issue is everything should be people-centered, and everything that we're doing, we need to do within the framework of sustainable development as well. So in terms of engaging everyone, it's also a challenge that we all need to give ourselves as professionals in the various spaces, because for me to go and start talking about energy to the population, I might send the wrong message. But if we work together with the energy sector to communicate the right messaging, then it's going to work well, as other sectors. We have the infrastructure sector that has a role to play. We have the agriculture sector. I've already talked about what is happening in the Afolo space. So all the sectors, we need to all communicate. Sometimes the challenge is, as professionals, we then tend to speak to ourselves, and we think we have communicated, but we quite haven't communicated. The challenge that we all have to look into is, how do we communicate well? How do we bring in communication specialists to assist us? As part of our work, we have also tried training Emma journalists and even the communication people within the government space. There's still a lot of work to do. If we do not engage them, we will continue talking above the general population's comprehension, and maybe making them feel uneasy about what we are trying to do.
Thank you very much. You're touching on a very key thing, and I hope it will be a takeaway for all of us here, that a strategy or policy or any instrument really axio a company, it's for the people, and we must learn how to communicate it not only internally and not only to key stakeholders. Ngoma ngiyathi, we tend to group our stakeholders and have the important ones and have the not so important ones, but a strategy or a policy is for everyone to understand, to know. So I think one thing we need to do here is to look at our NDCs per sector and then be able to communicate Lama targets to our different stakeholders effectively and adequately. Thank you so very much for that. I want to now come back to the private sector involvement. Ngingakati kubizo and just looking, because there's a thing, because I'm not sure if it's a fact or a myth, but there has been, I did a study once and it has shown that private sector involvement is very poor. I want you NDP to come in first now in this one. Private sector involvement has been really poor now, especially when we're looking at climate action, local sustainable development goal 13. You find us greenwashing, they say. You find organization greenwashing and just saying we will do this beautiful website. I'm not putting you on the spotlight, Bizo. Beautiful websites, but now in terms of the actual implementation, I want to find out before we get to what Bizo is doing here. I want to find out from you as an entity who is fostering the change, the movement. What have you seen, especially Lagangwa, and I don't want to look at the global world. Have you seen private sector involvement in the reporting, in moving forward, in attaining my 2030 goals?
Okay, that's a complex issue, but I think it boils down to the participation and understanding our industrialization policy as a private sector. Do we understand it, and do we understand the opportunities, the investment that are available in the economy, so that they can plug into those opportunities? Ngibeke isenje, in our national development plans, we have what we call SDG investor maps for Eswatini. But does the private sector understand that, you know, you find Gutsi there's a gap? And so what we need to do is, as we are crafting our development plans, we need to bring the private sector on board so that it lama opportunities. And then the more they work with us, you will find, Gutsi, they will see the opportunity voluntarily to invest in this green economy, because it's also good for them. But the greening issues, we normally do them as an ESG thing. It's a corporate, it's a nice thing to do as a corporate sector, but not, Gutsi, we are deliberate because we want to ensure that our country becomes a green economy. We want to introduce innovation that will help us leapfrog stikanze nazi sesiwasebenzisa lama electric vehicles, you know, who in the private sector will come forth and say, me as a company is willing to invest in this strategy because it's good for the environment, but it's good for us. It's green money as well, you know. So at the end of the day, you find goods, all the efforts are collective, and we're all moving towards the same goal. The private sector needs to be engaged, and we need to bring the information, see package it in a way that it also inspires them, Gutsi, bashinje their business as usual, so that it becomes part of their corporate strategy, of their core mandates, kungabi nje a by the way thing. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. You're touching on a key thing, Yegoti. When you bring money into the picture, Emma CEOs start listening. I'm not sure if it's true, but I think we've seen it, Velegoti. Many organizations, they do use ESG policies as just a good to have. They have management systems as a good to have, but they never see the benefit or the financial benefit, Lapo. So I think the continuous engagement and involving them and showing them, Guti, there is actually green money, good money in investing in my SDGs and following and implementing Lama actions as per my development plans is good and can make us good money would be key. So we do hope, Guti, I don't think though, Guti, it's the irresponsibility, UNDP, Pela, or MI ministries. I think as professionals, it is our responsibility today to engage ourselves more in such meetings so that we can understand Guti, what is it that is expected of our sectors, what is it that is expected of our organizations, and we pave a way forward so that we can make clear commitments and succeed in our green economy. Talking about Emma commitments, Gebizo, I did say that I wasn't putting you Goma spotlights, but we do know Velenjoma section we have policies and management systems that's good to have. And many organizations really, they always take my pledges aligned with the Paris agreements or national and international commitments. And we want to decarbonize by 2030. We want to reach net zero by 2050. I just want to get a perspective yako now as a professional on the ground who has to then implement these things, lay targets, lay ambitious, lay set. Can you share your journey, what your journey has looked like for an organization? Because I think the beauty of organization yako is your targets come from an international perspective, and then you have to cascade them and try to implement them nationally. Is this possible? Are these possible targets to achieve, especially in the context of Eswatini, or we are being ambitious once again?
Thank you very much, Bizo. Before I get onto that, I want to touch on what UNDP has said in terms of private sector participating in the commitments and policies that the country has. I think there is a gap in terms of alignment of the country ambitions and what the private sector is doing, and also maybe the enablers in terms of policy infrastructure and maybe profitability of those commitments, because for private sector, it's all about the bottom line at the end of the day. So I think there is an opportunity there for the country and private sector, or for government and private sector, to align on those ambitions. Then coming to what Bizo has given me as a question, from a multinational company in the energy sector, the sustainability strategy is very clear and has been of a participatory approach from a global level. In these COPs, from COP whatever, private sector or GALP has been participating in those commitments in the net zero emissions. And the journey is actually monitored through the corporate governance reporting systems to see if the targets are met, and also to just also review on a regular basis to see how we can meet our targets. If they're not met, how can we accelerate meeting of those targets? It's just that I cannot make a presentation, but the journey started for GALP, it started in 2017, and it has been measured at midterm for 2030, and then there is other commitments put out for 2050. And in those commitments, one of them is introducing alternative technologies, energy technologies. You will know that with the introduction of load shedding and all that, now it has started to become very difficult for us as a country, as consumers, as me and you on the street, to access energy. So that is an opportunity that us as GALP in the energy sector has tapped on, and we have GALP Solar, which then goes back to the infrastructure inland to say, given the infrastructure, we can just plug our GALP Solar product. We also have GALP Gas. I'm sure by the end of today, all of us, we are going to have orange cylinders. We're powering our domestic activities with GALP Gas. And we also have had access to international skills, international knowledge in terms of alternative energy technologies, such that in Iberia, we have been able to implement at the electric car energy supply, and we are the leading ones. And given the opportunity even here in Swaziland, it is just a matter of just taking on this learning and applying it in our country as well. And with also the corporate governance and reporting frameworks, we are intentional and somehow compelled to monitor our decarbonization, to monitor our technology mix, to monitor our sustainability index for our reporting purposes, because you cannot just ignore your participation in those reporting lines whilst you are ignoring your improvement in your in your carbon emissions and your greenhouse gas emissions. Sorry, I have my points here. Then another thing that is very key to us is to capture, Mage Masina spoke about, is it Mage Masina or Babe Dladla, spoke about the person on the street, the people not adopting to the new technologies. So also our key thing is to appeal to our customers to adopt these new renewable low carbon solutions as their first point of choice in terms of energizing their lives and energizing their homes. I don't know if I have covered everything.
Thank you, Bizo. I think you did. Thank you very much. I think what you've really highlighted is that as GALP, you have really seen green opportunities from a crisis that has shown itself. You are going out there as an organization, not looking at the fact that you are using fossil fuel, but looking at how you can come up with green opportunities, not only at a big scale, but also for the person at home, Gogo Losekaya, you are providing LPG, and you are bringing solutions for them that are tangible and can work across different stakeholders. And I think that's an important thing that maybe we should all take away here, that from any crisis, there is always an opportunity, and not only just an opportunity, but a green opportunity, which goes back to what Mr. Mohammed was talking about, that we need to look into how we can make green economies for our green economies for policies for our organizations and really implement them. I would like to just right now take a break so that we go to lunch. But before doing that, maybe is to go back to now the gel in all of this. Nozipo highlighted a very critical thing about gaps in private sector ambitions, and then what is written in our nationally determined contributions or development policies now. Why is there a gap there, and how can we close that gap? Do we need to have a standalone organization that brings both parties together, or do we need to have selected people? What strategies can you think of at the top of your head? I'll just, from Mage Masina there, I'll have your opinion up all the way to Nozipo, because you asked a critical, well, you brought up a critical aspect, but we need a solution to it. So I would love to have the panelists just sharing a pointer, not more than, just a pointer on a possible solution, and then we will take a break, go have lunch, think about questions we'll have for our panelists, and we'll come back and then have a floor discussion. Nginganilambisi kakhulu, bathi umuntu olambile unelilaga. Mage Masina, over to you.
Before I respond to your question, I will start by saying the commitments that we have is a nationally determined contribution. And nationally means all of us. It doesn't mean government. It doesn't mean the private sector. It doesn't mean the people out there. It means all of us together. And when we prepared this nationally determined contribution, as it has been highlighted in Nozipo's profile, she also contributed. We were trying to get the private sector on board, but it's a challenge. I think at some point in time, Mane, I don't have her permission, but she mentioned something when we were at the table that is very critical. To say sometimes in the public space, we will just sit and wait to start and do whatever. And when we want to engage with the private sector, we need to understand how they operate and get to their space so that we can get the information that we need from them. We have been developing a few private sector engagement strategies. We are hopeful that
We need to find a language, yeah, public and private, so that we can all understand each other. But I think the thing is, if something comes through public, either to private sector then thinks, oh, it's just a government thing, we'll engage while they're consulting us, but once they're gone, we continue with our own business. So we need to be persistent in our engagement, and try to find common ground in the language that we speak, but also in the goals that we're trying to achieve. There's the bottom line for the private sector. There's the overall social economic welfare for government. Where can we meet? I think we need to find that language and that middle ground.
Thank you. I think it's also important to first identify the challenges and the issues or the reasons why those gaps exist, and then try to map up strategies to direct those, because at least those will be focused strategies or mechanisms. I think as my colleagues here have indicated, it's also important to ensure that we strengthen our stakeholder engagement strategies and ensure that there is continuous engagement with stakeholders from all the different spheres and sectors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For private sector, I'm glad that we have Sarah here, which is my regulator as well. So I think for me, it would be for government or regulators and private sector to have a meeting point in terms of the common goal. Because oftentimes what happens is that with the government or regulators, when they come to private sector, we see them as the police that is policing our work and wanting a piece of the profit. So for us, it would be just to have a meeting point and see the same goal, that we are actually in the same direction. We are moving towards the same goal. And I am glad that Budi here mentioned the independent power producer policy. Then for government, I think it is key for government to make private sector see the opportunities in the policies that are available, to say, okay, there is this independent power producer policy. How can then I, as private sector, tap onto it and be green whilst getting a profit?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think you all have really set the tone and you came up with a possible solution or a possible topic for next year. At our organizers, I'm not sure if you want to merge the public sector and private sector, because Babe Makakula did talk about doing a root cause analysis first. Yes, we might have the solutions, as our panelists have suggested, stakeholder engagement strategies, which is a good thing. Yes, speaking in the same language or having a common goals, but we really need to figure out what is the problem and why is there a problem. If you've read Simon Sinek's book, Start with the Why, I think that's the root cause analysis is a very important step to start with, a first step to start with. But again, ngicabanga ukuthi it's not just a question my panelistic pillar. I'd like all of us to think about it, think about how, because the strategies are there towards net zero. Ngicabanga ukuthi we've all heard, we have a broad stakeholder here, there are policies in place that are enabling instruments. We have SDGs where private companies or companies in general can tap in to create a green economy. So everything is there at our hands, but there's just that gap, like it's not the same language or it's not the common goal. So how do we get to be on the same journey? Let us go eat, have a discussion amongst peers. I am sure when we come back and having our floor discussion, we'll have answers and still tackle this topic. Ngicela ukugcina lapha, MC, for now.
Thank you very much, Nozipho and the panelists. We really appreciate all that has been done and said. And kukhulunyiwe kakhulu, and we've even acquired a topic for next year. Bekunene sekufike lithuba lokuthi mhlambe sithole lokuya ngasetfunjini. Ngicela ukucela kunye mfana Nkosi nelibandla ukuthi sine TID rollover. Sine TID rollover, ngiyakubona PS wami. Sine TID rollover, ngiyacela ukuthi star quadro 8 labafuna kusitakala lelibandla la ka-EEC lelapha emuva nengcekilo sikhone ukuthola ama tokens ekuconverta emamitha ethu bekunene. Batanichazela lapha ngembili kubede lo salako siyagijima siyaphambili. Star quadro 8 hash wenza lapha ngemuva bakusita bosisi sengithole lithuba lekumaketha MD. PS ngicela kuneta PS bekunene just for 1 second. Ucelile lo mbhobho bekunene, she's not taking over as program director. But
Ngiyabonga program director, colleagues, ngithunywa ngumvane Nkosi. You saw us going out. The Honorable Minister had a meeting with the British High Commissioner. Sathi masiteka tindzaba tasetiko wakhumbula ukuthi program director ukhale our young man Cibo. Yes. Wayiteka ke nambasada. Wathi ambassador ucela minister amane amlese sebatohlala batokhulumisana. Nkosi.
muhle Jesu bekunene. Mfana Nkosi kuthiwa umfana lo ngakhali ufela embelekweni. Mina ngicale ngasaba nabaqala la bacela ngathi iprogram itawonakala naba sebatimaketha sebacela kanti ngimi lo ufuna thengisa iTID kuphela. But ke cha umfana lo ngakhali ufela embelekweni bekunene kumbe lijaha siyamethemba uNkulunkulu. Litawusitakala siyabonga PS siyabonga minister. Ngitawucela bekunene sivumele bamfla abadzala litiya lingathi liphekiwe gugu. Ngicela ungisithe sisi bamfla abadzala to hamba bayodlela la batawudlela khona. Ngitawucela nabo bonke bo CEO labakhona kulendlu ba mane basengathi umuntu omdzala bayodla. Gugu ngicela wengce ngala sis please.
Learn how to reset your meter using your mobile phone. Dial star 888 hash and press call. Wait for the USSD to load. You will then see your EEC self-service menu. Press 7. Be sure that you do not have any unused or unloaded tokens. If there are any, load them onto your meter before you can continue with the resetting process. Continue to enter your meter number. Confirm your meter number by pressing 1. 2 tokens will appear. Enter both tokens onto your meter, starting with token 1 and then proceed with token 2. Once you're done, you can exit the self-service. For more questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN-log meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN-log meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN-log meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN-log meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN-log meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN-log meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN-log meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2 or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2 or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2 or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2 or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2 or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2 or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CAN meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KR. Learn how to reset your meter using your mobile phone. Dial star 888 hash and press call. Wait for the USSD to load. You will then see your EEC self-service menu. Press 7. Be sure that you do not have any unused or unloaded tokens. If there are any, load them onto your meter before you can continue with the resetting process. Continue to enter your meter number. Confirm your meter number by pressing 1. 2 tokens will appear. Enter both tokens onto your meter, starting with token 1 and then proceed with token 2. Once you're done, you can exit the self-service. For more questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn how to reset your meter using your mobile phone. Dial star 888 hash and press call. Wait for the USSD to load. You will then see your EEC self-service menu. Press 7. Be sure that you do not have any unused or unloaded tokens. If there are any, load them onto your meter before you can continue with the resetting process. Continue to enter your meter number. Confirm your meter number by pressing 1. 2 tokens will appear. Enter both tokens onto your meter, starting with token 1 and then proceed with token 2. Once you're done, you can exit the self-service. For more questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn how to reset your meter using your mobile phone. Dial star 888 hash and press call. Wait for the USSD to load. You will then see your EEC self-service menu. Press 7. Be sure that you do not have any unused or unloaded tokens. If there are any, load them onto your meter before you can continue with the resetting process. Continue to enter your meter number. Confirm your meter number by pressing 1. 2 tokens will appear. Enter both tokens onto your meter, starting with token 1 and then proceed with token 2. Once you're done, you can exit the self-service. For more questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn how to reset your meter using your mobile phone. Dial star 888 hash and press call. Wait for the USSD to load. You will then see your EEC self-service menu. Press 7. Be sure that you do not have any unused or unloaded tokens. If there are any, load them onto your meter before you can continue with the resetting process. Continue to enter your meter number. Confirm your meter number by pressing 1. 2 tokens will appear. Enter both tokens onto your meter, starting with token 1 and then proceed with token 2. Once you're done, you can exit the self-service. For more questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn how to reset your meter using your mobile phone. Dial star 888 hash and press call. Wait for the USSD to load. You will then see your EEC self-service menu. Press 7. Be sure that you do not have any unused or unloaded tokens. If there are any, load them onto your meter before you can continue with the resetting process. Continue to enter your meter number. Confirm your meter number by pressing 1. 2 tokens will appear. Enter both tokens onto your meter, starting with Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Learn to verify if your meter is reset. On your CANlog meter, press #5#. If your meter is up to date, it should display R2, T2, or 2.2. On your Landis gear meter, press I057. If your meter is up to date, it should display 2.2. On your iTron meter, press 005, then press enter. If your meter is up to date, it should display KRKT 2.2. If you have any questions, dial the following numbers on screen. Let
and gentlemen, may we request that we proceed and close off so Vugang Moya Fundis and close off the program. I will request once again that our panelists go back to their esteemed seats. May I require in specific?
Mina ngijabulele kumbona ngamehlo maka Masina ngimati angimake dudunhlengethwa la redweni. Nakachaza njalo ngalesimo selitulu. Ladies and gentlemen, on the airwaves we have Dudu Hlengethwa from the meteorology department. Manje ngangakhona kusho lo meteorology. Ngagcina sengikhonile kodwa kumusho kahle. It's a pleasure to see you in person make siyabonga. Babe Mohammed siyabonga. Siyabonga nawe babe Makakula. Nawe mntwana Nkosi siyabonga kakhulu. Nozipho solindzawo yakho ngiyo lena. Kodwa noma kungasiyo nyalo it's okay ibambe la ukhona khona. When the time is right sitakutshela ukuthi wende njani. Ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing with our session. But before we bring it down to a close, may I have Kripo Intellectual as child a billion rising. What's that? 1,000,000,005 sons. Utasendela just rendition yinye ukuthi sehlise kudla sibuyise tingqondo tethu and then we get to work and finish off the business of the day. It is very interesting that out of this session, Kripo has earned himself a connection that will probably help bring his dreams to fruition. I had a privilege that I was not thinking would happen to me today. I had to dine with the minister and over that discussion, I said, Kripo. Induna ehloniphekile yasho athi no ngesabi vicho share game kuthi kwanyalo kunale msebenzi leng ABC uyathi ke nakukhulunywa boardroom kukhulunywa lesingisi lesabo clismic ngibani obakhuluma bo clismic la lesinyusile and so ke lamhla vele this symposium, ladies and gentlemen, is for such to have you guys because you're always in the boardroom. We had lapha nje nakakhuluma babegcina. I was seeing exactly into bengibhutsa ngisemncane. Because as you can see on the graph there, you can tell that we're having issues with carbon emissions, but however is the country we're doing our mitigations. Ekuba mnanzi kakhulu ke mina nenda njalo. Sitaqhubeka ke naleyo session. We have our panelists who will respond to your questions.
Hello again. Ngicela nje ukubongela ku EEC kakhulu. Njengoba bengishido earlier ukuthi vele they are a very important client. I didn't know it was going to pan out this way. I am very grateful and I'm also grateful for the unwavering support nje I felt in this room. Thank you. 1,000,000,005 sons ago. 1,000,000,005 sons ago I was born to forest, to land, to earth and to life. My roots are rippling, cascading, translucent, wood-like flesh matter, as it is above. So as below, I am known as Baobab Elder, earth ancestor, heavens are my shelter, soul of the soil my center. I am a prayer, a solid prayer. Yet I am an oxygen bank robbed, embellished with sashes of gases from chainsaw, heat strapped, splattered across the ether. The air blood my trunk has pumped for all the suns is smoke choked, smog cloaked. I am dying to space and to life. My vast blue, a mirror to river and ocean hue, a condensed state of all breath. Keeper of starry wealth, giver of lightning red, for I am a mother myself. I am the only heaven the naked eye knows. A reservoir of all prayers from down below, as it is above, so as below. I am a prayer, a gaseous prayer, yet I am a climate mule caught in a fossil fuel duel. I have become dual, protector and harmed. Ozone layer fried, carbon monoxide tied, grappling for ways to survive. I am dying, I'm afflicted, I'm infected with human sun-tide enchantress, fluid light heiress. The name is River God Princess, daughter to Bayobab Elder and Skyline Magenta. I was born 5 million suns ago, to morning dew, to wetland, to flood, and to life. My moistened breath, the cool pool blue water. I swoon from mountain apogee, a silver splash upon earth crash. I pay tribute to my tributaries in lake, spring, and stream. As it is above, so as below. I am a prayer, a liquid prayer. For as long as I can recall, I have been running upstream, running downstream, running from scramble of Africa. Gold mine deposits, my banks collapse. Industrial revolution, waste fed, water body maimed, body shamed, global warmed to a boil. I evaporate. I am dying. I'm infected by human. Thank you.
People, thank you very much. We appreciate it. It really goes down well. I wish I could do the same.
Can I take one? Ngukhombise gogo.
Let's see.
I am a
Gogo.
member from Mahamba, carrying a Bogoto, from Stogoto, riding a scooter from Kubuta without a hooter. Jovicho! How's that?
That was perfect, Gogo.
Yeah.
You're almost there.
Yeah, dlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu nakuwe, Gogo. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please fire on with the questions for the panelists? They are ready for you, and seyihambile ilanga for sure sesiziniwe kakhulu. Ngiyacela ukuthi let's just take a few questions, and whilst Nozipho, you do a wrap up where you are. After the few questions that we're going to take from them, sitawucela Nozipho ete phambili. Please be ready, dear panelists, for responding.
Before you proceed, ladies and gentlemen, at the far end we have goodies from Lactalis. From Lactalis Eswatini. We're not paying, right? No, we are not. Bravo. And so you can grab a yogurt and consume totobisa babezwane webonos. Mbabane dolopeni mnaketu. I like the cross-pollination in terms of the skill set in the room. How you guys have moved from EEC to Johannesburg, to Mbabane, to Matapa. You know, it's very exciting to see you in the room. Do you have any questions for the panelists? But since then, private, public-private partnership, a missing link, gaps. Do you have any comments, questions around those areas? Frameworks? How the man on the street relates? Oh, Miss Ferreira. Are you Celeste Ferreira? I think I last saw you on Facebook 10 years ago.
Thank you, Program Director. To the panelists, out of curiosity, would you know what the role of Business Eswatini is in closing the gap between public and private sector?
Nayo palan pas ban labat ala stawtata ibe mitatu besen pendula kanye. Another question? Yes. Ngicela kuqala kubabezwane and then you Mr. Nkambule.
Thank you so much. Again, I just wanted to check one thing. Kuna investment authority in the country. The people who bring business into the country have the time. Are we careful not to import people Laseba outlisted in terms of having ambitions to deal with climate change? Because most of the time, the new business that are coming are people who are bringing technology that up there, Sega out of, because they are not doing what they're supposed to do in terms of climate change management or carbon footprint sequestration. So are we careful at that level? Because thinking, I see most of the time we want to manage people who are already in the business, yet there are people who are new. We can then, is that office well advised in terms of who to invite to bring technology into the country?
Thank you. Before he proceeds, mhlawumbe singathatha wekugcina. Ngicela ukuthi na uthatha umbhobho utethule. My name is Jovicho from Jovicho Investments, so that we capture it well. So this is Mangoba Zwane from Matapa Municipal Council. Ngisho kahle mos? Yes, Municipal Council of Matapa for the record. That was Celeste Ferreira from Eswatini Electricity Company. Don't assume I know, I don't. You are Mr. Nkambule, Tethule sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Banele Nkambule from Eswatini Electricity Company. My major question could be the fact that in light of the challenges that we face, as listed in the managing director's presentation, challenges which indicate that we should balance energy demand at the same time trying to zero net emissions. How best can we ensure that we strike a balance between the political side? In fact, the political side of things is that if it happens that we go on with this energy problem, we might be forced into extinction as a country. We might lose our identity and we might lose other things. So how then do we strike a balance between that pressure that we should embrace? Thank you.
How to balance pressure?
Thank you very much. My name is Demalang Ndlamini from Lactalis Eswatini. My question will be directed to Mr. Mohammed. We spoke about how it's actually difficult for the companies to actually, maybe the management rather, to actually take on this initiative that we're talking about today. And then you spoke about how there's green money. From a layman's perspective, can you maybe expand on that so that even us, as we go back into our respective companies, when we're trying to get the buy-in from management, it's easier to convince them a bit more to invest in the renewable energies, into all these different initiatives that can actually help us to reach this goal. Thank you.
Incentives for private sector in terms of investments?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patience Villane from Eswatini Environment Authority. I just want to, whether I'm asking Director Matt, because she's there as a panelist for climate change and also representing government. My question is, you know, there are people, when we talk of our forests, we are talking in our pristine places, they are owned by individuals. They are private lands. How far is our government going in incentivizing them to keep them pristine and offering what they need to offer? Because what we observe is that as long as the land is lying there, it seems not to benefit the people in their capacity as individuals and as all. So how is our government envisaging or thinking about incentivizing them for keeping it as it is? Thank you.
Yeah, ugazethi Mihlaba.
Thank you so much. I am Constance van Zeydam from Eswatini Electricity Company. I just want to find out from the panel that yes, we want to achieve the net zero 2050 goals, but do we have the capacity within the country, like to try and implement or to bring in those we said there are low-hanging fruits that we can, maybe as we leave this place, start getting something from. Do we have the standards? Are the policies that we have that inclusive that we can then say, yeah, it's possible? Then we just three things: the capacity in terms of the technologies for the energy, or even for the climate change studies, your vulnerabilities, and the standards. Do we have the correct? I mean, have we developed standards as a country for, say, the renewables, and the policies? Are they inclusive enough? Are they practicable? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Practicability, tindzaba leti serious leti, policy level. Angati ndaticala ngakuphi. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Ngitawucala nje maybe ngihambe nge-order kula ma-questions lengitawathatha. The first one was on the role of business Eswatini. From our office, we have already started working with business Eswatini. Nangithi nje, we have been working on how to improve private sector engagement. They have been a key stakeholder. And lokunye lesikwendile, we have identified a space that we could possibly tap into. And it's still, I think, more work in progress in terms of, I think there's a question on capacity and also on just on awareness. We have identified that Business Eswatini, they have, they quite often have seminars that they have with the private sector. And it's space that we are looking into, that if we utilize that space, we'll be able to get to the private sector in their space, and then we will have to play by their rules and communicate with them. But again, Mohammed Ukulumeng language, it's a space that we all need to learn. It's sometimes difficult, but it's a process. And then the issue of the investment authority in terms of bringing in investments that are coming up in with technologies that are not appropriate. I think it's a very critical point that is being raised here. And I am happy to say that for the first time this year, the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade had joined us at COP28. So they are coming into the space. I believe this will create an environment where they understand better as well, and we can speak the same language. My principal just recently was talking about the same issue, to say sometimes we even put out tenders to procure technologies that are being phased out in the market. It's then either we don't find anything, or we buy something at a price that we would think we're getting it for a song, but it's expensive. But actually it will be much more costly, because as it's being phased out, utawusala nale technology with no one to support it, no one to, for now, basically. And then the balance between the energy demand and development and the climate change story. One thing that I had thought I was going to mention in my presentation, but I think Nasas Jahes cuts, sometimes you skip things, is the fact that the United Nations Framework Conventions, Kumalo, not Convention Framework, is in an ultimate objective. And if you read that ultimate objective, it talks about everything, but it into context is sustainable development. So the sustainability is there. So the question of how we get to that balance is a very, very serious question. It's a question that we are all asking ourselves. And as such, ipinza is we say to one of the questions, le kulumang technology, I think in Constance, to say under the convention we established a technology mechanism which includes a center for technology, a climate technology center and network. This climate technology center and network, we have a focal person within government. It's an opportunity that we can tap into once we have identified where we have a problem, to try and work into EMA technologies like but particularly in the energy space, I think MD ukhulumile there are already there is a whole lot of work that needs to be done. It's not an Eswatini problem, it's bigger than Eswatini, and we need to close that gap in order for us to be able to bring the curve down. I will skip the green money ngidawugcina ngayo so that ngidawubese senginiketa Mohammed laceleni kwami. Le mahlathi Vilane, it's a very, very complicated one. It's a very, very difficult one because land issues are very, very critical in this country. And as well, we are talking about profitability and all other things. But yes, ikona imisebenzi leyendiwako to try and bring some of this work to try and bring some of the elements together. Lokunye maybe kubukeka kungasiko ideal, but the idea is there to say, how do we bring private land into conservation area and have it have a benefit? There is a whole lot more that we would need to do. But akufunzi shenga hulumende, we need to meet each other halfway, because once you leave it as a government, we will come up with policies or impose things that are favorable for government. Bese akusasihambeli mhlawumbe kahle. Capacity, yeah, capacity building is an issue as well, and it's an ongoing process. Mkonda and myself talked about some trainings that are ongoing. Some of them are coming through the climate change space. Some of them are coming up because of the demand and so on. But yes, there's a whole lot of capacity building that needs to be done. Angasho ke ukuthi kule energy sector, most of the emissions are coming from transport, and sekshitiwe ukuthi we are looking into e-mobility, but all these things need capacity. So yes, it's a space that we really, really need to strengthen on sonke kanye kanye. And the policies and technologies, I think, is and having inclusive policy, I think, sesikukhulunyiwe, we have to look more into how we strengthen our the way we develop policy to get more input from all stakeholders. Then on the green money, I will not go into much because Ubutwe Mohammed lacelen kwam, but one thing that I will say is it's another space that we are venturing in, and sebenda na UNDP in terms of also looking into how we can work with the finance sector to ensure that it's not just the green money that is outside, but how do we green the money locally? Because once we green the money locally, business is about making profits. Where you can find money that is, if safuna kuthatha loan, uma ukhanza lena 3% na lena 5%, you want lena 5%, but if lena 3%, I mean, but if lena 3% ita nema conditions ukuthi you need to meet A, B, C, D, E. And then that way we are promoting the green initiatives in the country. Oh, shit.
Thank you. Interesting questions, very engaging. I would say, starting from the role of Business Eswatini, I think they are there to provide that cohesive one voice from the private sector. Kuti basisita first to understand the stakes la corner when it comes to these climate issues. They can communicate that information in a B2B kind of an environment where if bakuluma as business people, they're able to understand each other, but they're also the bridge to the public sector, to government. Because yes, we have all these commitments that we have made, but also we have aspirations in terms of developing our economy. How do we do it in a responsible way? I think Lapo Business Eswatini as well can play a major role, especially not only taking care of the business interests, but also understanding, wearing the bigger pants to understand, Gutsi, even nalama commitments amqoka, because if we destroy the planet, then locally we won't have a space where business can operate. So kumqoka kakhulu, we need to leverage Business Eswatini for packaging the climate information, but also to translate lama opportunities that government has identified into the language in which the business sector will identify. Whoa, if we want to invest in green technology, it's not going to be government that is going to go out there and look for money. Abuye asendele these systems. These are opportunities that business people can take up. For example, if we think about greening maybe our public infrastructure, maybe have mass systems that can support electricity generation in hospitals, for example. Those are opportunities in which the private sector can come into play. And so I think it's very critical, Guti, in our development plans, the business Eswatini akhone kuwa to package them so that other business people can understand the opportunities, but also what is at stake. And then in terms of screening new investments coming into the economy, I think it's quite key. I think as an economy, we have to have an idea, a long-term view to say, what are the key strategic investments that we want to see for Eswatini? And so that's the long-term vision that we should have. So that each time we get EMA opportunities, someone saying, I want to come and invest in ABCD, in the back of our minds, we have it to say, does it fit with the Eswatini that we want to see going forward? But having the investment authority being the only agency that will be responsible for making sure we are taking care of all the climate issues, I think it would be too much. We need collaboration. They need to work with the other agencies in the economy to ensure that we are vetting those investments, as well as making sure that we're taking care of the standards that Dr. Constance talked about, so that at the end of the day, we are systemic, a systems approach in how we address these issues. And then the balance, we want to develop, the demand will grow, but at the same time, we want to do it in a way that we achieve our net zero targets. I think we need to understand where the pressure points are. For example, we need the base load power. How do we get to a point where we have base load power in a way that is sustainable? Can that be done using certain technologies within the renewable energy space? Or are we looking at one technology that will provide all the base load power that we need, or it's going to be a combination of technologies that are going to give us the base load power that we need? So we need to be thinking about those things in a transparent and honest manner, so that then we can all fertilize our ideas and make sure that we are finding a way in which we can converge into something that can work for us in meeting our priorities for development, but also it doesn't become detrimental to the targets that we have set at the end of the day. Again, we have to understand our system entirely to say, this is where we see the pressures, and this is how we envision to grow as an economy going forward, so that then we are addressing all the issues in a holistic manner. Singakhanzi lo munye sekatoyitoya ngala for a certain thing, lo munye ngalo uthi, but no, you have to take care of the planet, kunje kunje. No, let's come together, let's converge, let's come up with a solution that can give us that balance we're looking for. And then the green money. I think we are saying basically the green economy is providing us a totally new sector in our economy. It's not business as usual. There's an opportunity to venture into new activities as businesses that can generate new incomes, that can establish a new customer base for yourselves. And also in your strategies, your corporate strategies, you need to think about where you can explore or maybe collect rents. For example, take agriculture, for example. If we can maximize on climate smart agriculture, on organic agriculture, there are premiums to be collected there if your food is certified in that regard. And so as a business, that's money for you. And so from a government perspective, it's for us to make sure that you understand the opportunities that are there, and have other business agencies like Business Eswatini packaging the information and sharing it with you so that you can have these conversations at board level with at management level. So even in terms of the trade fairs that we have in the economy, let us start infusing these elements of greening the economy. We need to demonstrate, we need to pilot, we need we need other business people to showcase that indeed these things are possible and we can do it. And I think if you can just look at your entire value chain as a business and think about your entry points where you can infuse elements of greening, I think there's lots of opportunity there. And then thinking about big projects, activities that we can catalyze in Eswatini, the mini grids, the renewable energy systems, the agriculture activities, infusing technology into agriculture production, the many opportunities. And so as UNDP, we are providing support to access these vertical funds that are available. So you have the Global Environmental Facility, you have the GCF, and we're already working, especially with the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, to come up with concepts, projects that can be implemented at the local level to take advantage of those opportunities. We need to get to a point where we are designing projects that can completely maximize on some of these funds, because some projects can get as much as 270 million emalangeni if the project makes sense. And so the opportunities are there. It's just that private sector needs to be engaged. When you have your strategy people, they should be talking this kind of language, because you need new business, you need new customer base, and you also need to push your existing customers into new spheres of the economy so that you can make more money out of them, So I think the opportunities are there. And then the land issues, I think we first need to understand our green assets as an economy. I need to understand, Kutsi, the land that I'm occupying or my plot, if ngunemfula laceleni, what does that mean in the bigger scheme of things for Eswatini? We need to figure out a way where we can balance lower. Would say, how do we engage me as a private citizen so that then I take care of this green asset that we have as an economy? And then the issue of standards, I think we should not get to a point where we are trapped in the sense that we want to be perfect in everything. We want to have all the policies that should be in place before we do something. Yes, we have the bigger vision. We have the NDC, which is quite clear in terms of the key things we need to do to reduce our emissions as Eswatini. We have the climate change policy, and then we have the climate bill, which we can legislate for some of the things that we need to happen for us to reach those targets. But I think at most, let us bring people with us. Capacity building is key, and let's have champions in some of these sectors that can spearhead some of the things that need to happen, especially with the standards, and then matching especially our MSMEs, the companies in Eswatini, with other companies that are already doing it, so that it doesn't become something that is too obscure or something that is too far-fetched. They can see it, it is possible, and let's action at our level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think a lot has been said on the role of business Eswatini. I'll just add briefly on that. I think from our experience, I think we've worked quite very well with Business Eswatini, and they do have a critical role to play in terms of bridging the gap between business and government as the voice of business. But I think we need to be more intentional in ensuring that that happens, and we need to be a bit more proactive in terms of the collaborations and the efforts that are made to ensure that private sector is well on board in terms of the initiatives and the programs that government takes on. In terms of APA or the Investment Promotion Authority, I think on this one, there has to be a bit more of understanding of the industry needs or the needs of the economy from their end. We have seen them several times in the past engaging the key agencies in the energy sector. We don't bring in fly-by-night, if I may use that phrase, and so on. And then on the part of striking a balance between demand and the other pressures, I think, as also mentioned by my colleagues here, it's important for all the key stakeholders to be aligned in terms of the needs of the economy. When it comes to adopting these programs, I think it's also important to ensure that we undertake initiatives, embark on projects that at a pace that the economy can afford. That speaks also to the potential impact on end user tariffs. If you're looking at the energy sector, you're bringing in new generators, private sector participation. We also need to be aware of the potential impact that such may have on the end user tariffs. So I think it's important to ensure that we move in that direction, be honest, be realistic, and ensure that such is or happens at a pace that the economy of the country can afford. In terms of the standards, the local capacity, what we have done, or we are doing from the regulator's office, we are intentional in tracking emerging trends and models and technologies within the energy sector. And as such, we work on quite a number of technical rules, standards, codes, etc. And that said, we currently in the process of reviewing our grid codes to ensure that they allow or they provide for an enabling environment in terms of the infrastructure. In the past, for instance, energy storage was not a thing, but we're seeing a lot of uptake and adoption of energy storage technologies, and we have, while reviewing our regulatory instruments, including the grid code, ensured that there are clear requirements around the expectations on energy storages. We are also working on developing local standards for solar PV equipment and installation. That emanates from a problem that we have seen, and it's been ongoing for quite some time with the adoption of solar PV systems in the country. And you find that there are issues of us importing and installing substandard equipment that have got impact on both the quality and the safety of both the users and the public at large. So it's one of the initiatives that we're working on, and I believe most of you have seen what we're circulating on the newspapers these days, seeking for input from the public on the developed drafts of these standards. I think Mohammed also mentioned that for most of these issues, it's important that the clear policy is in place, so that it can help guide the industry in terms of the policy positions or government position on the issues. And one such example is that of electric vehicles or e-mobility. And I think from our end, we are also working around putting in place a framework to provide for the aspects around managing the EV infrastructure. We also saw from the MD's presentation this morning that the EEC is also working on something to ensure that they are ready, because as the move, as the world or the globe moves towards electric vehicles, we will be seeing a lot of electric vehicle to create kind of models and setup, and it's important to ensure that we have the infrastructure ready. We have the rules and the standards and the codes also enabling and allowing for such technologies. There is still a long way to go, because I think the question was, is there sufficient or adequate capacity in terms of the standards? I believe that we still have a long way to go, as there is still quite a number of gaps in as far as the readiness for these technologies is concerned. But I think with the initiatives that are ongoing from the various stakeholders and industry players, we are heading towards a direction whereby we will be able to have just enough to allow and create that certainty around the requirements for these technologies to participate optimally in the local sector. Thank you.
Thank you. I will summarize. They've answered all the questions. Mine would be from the private sector perspective in the energy sector. What I'd like to say is that already the net zero targets, the 2030, 2050 goals are put up there at global level. And as a multinational participant in the economy, they are not, these targets are not specific to this part of the world or Swaziland. They apply across. And as private sector, we align our strategies, sustainability strategies, with the sustainable development goals, with the global targets that are put in place. And with that, if we have a company nationally that is a participant in the world stage, already they are leveraging, we can leverage as a country on the knowledge transfer from those companies. We can align our, maybe align our capacity building strategies and climate actions, and maybe to say alignment, visibility of our goals to the private sector will make it easy even for the private sector, the companies that are multinational, to see that their strategies, are they aligning with the country they are working in. And there are, in businesses, there are opportunities for revenue growth which are identified by the country. There'll be tax levies imposed on business, there'll be registration fees, there'll be that and that and that. So maybe using the business Eswatini to leverage those kind of taxes to incorporate some climate funding on those taxes, and not just be for revenue growth. Then we'll have a tax for environmental what, just put it in that one basket. And also, with a private sector, the actions for private sector are noticeable. They are private sector is very concerned or very protective of their reputation. I'll make an example. For Gulp, we are reporting and listed in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. We do not want to lose our position there. So whatever action that we do, whatever opportunity that may be required by Swaziland, by Eswatini, for us to maintain our spot there, we will welcome it. As long as it is visible, it is aligned with our strategy. Already the strategies, they are funded, there is skills, there is equipment. It's a matter of just coming in there, involving us, making the actions visible, making the alignment clear, and it's a plug and play type of scenario. So for me, it would be just to say, can we just be able to, as a country, I don't want to say break the silos, but maybe it's silos, because with the Ministry of Finance, they are very clear about how they will collect the revenue. With the Ministry of Energy, maybe, and with the ESERA as their agent, they are very clear what they want in terms of collecting revenue from the energy sector. So as a country, maybe just to break the silos, flatten the ground, and be able to tap in to all the aspects of the business, the environmental aspects, the climate action aspects, the revenue collection aspect, and make it work for us. For me, is that, and maybe one last thing is to not to be afraid to approach private sector and create partnerships, because private sector will not come to you. Even when you go to Business Eswatini, I don't know if there's anyone from Business Eswatini here, they will call the meetings. We will not go. We are busy with results. we are busy with, today is the 15th. I should be at my mid-month target. So I will not go there and spend the whole day trying to, because already the skills, the knowledge, the strategies, it's there and all that. So it's a matter of using that and making that alignment, and go and make the partnerships. For Gulp, apparently we have been partnering with EEC, a government agent, for since 2015 and all that. And for us, it's not just about climate action, but it is about pushing our energy product mix, which is the LPG. So if we can just identify those partnership points and make these partnerships work for us as a country, work for us as the climate action, for our climate action agenda, I think we can maybe go for.
A round of applause to our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Senivile kambelenza bayego ukuthi everyone must come on board, level the ground, stop speaking in silos, and make sure ukuthi we harness all the skills at our disposal, be it strategic interventions, langendeka, ukuze site ukhona ukuthi sifike lapho sifanele kufika khona. So ukhulumile ke uLanghosi bekunene ukuthi lokwenda ukuthi kusebenzeke kangcono ngulana kucaca le incentive participate in such engagements. But there is more to it. There is also a need, a concerted effort from all the various stakeholders. Niyacelwa nebe private sector ukuthi nithi come on board. Ningeti kuphela nakunembasha noma nakunaleyo incentive, but to just push and see ukuthi lela ke noluphupho kulokuleni kusebenzako lithi aligna kanjani, ningakwenda kanjani ukuthi kusebenzele sonke. Kulesikhathi lesi ngitawuniketela 5 minutes to Ms. Nozipho Mziyago to summarize the symposium, and then emva kwaloko siniketele ku GM avale. Ngisho kahle. Okutawunika MD, thank you. Labat. Kwanyalo, Ms. Nozipho Mziyago, ladies and gentlemen, to summarize the day's activities. Birthday girl. You spend the whole day at work. I'm sure there is something going to happen in your paycheck. Where I used to work, we used to get our increase on the anniversary of your birthday. And so you can take it. Ukona HR la. Papa, mani ningalali.
I really hope HR manager Ovile because they are here still with us. Jokes aside, thank you so very much, everyone who's been tentative and attendant. I'd like to thank my panelists for giving us quite an insight on our journey towards the net zero experiences, opportunities, and challenges. Angfoni really to say what has been said before, but just skumbule why we are here. We have set targets which are to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And I think we must be already decreasing or cutting down our emissions at this time. But ngicabanga ukuthi from the presentations that we've had today, it has been evident that as a globe, we are far from reaching this target, the 2030 target and the 2050 target, yale net zero. But I don't think we can isolate ourselves as a country because we like saying we don't have much of an impact as Swaziland. But ngicela sikhumbule ukuthi climate change inzaba yethu sonke. So it is not a matter of isolating ourselves from the journey, not only because we are signatories to Paris agreements like the Paris Agreement, but because it is a responsibility of all us citizens. Climate change, as I did say, inzaba yethu sonke, and it is only together that we can turn the graph towards net zero. But how do we do that? Our lovely panelists here today did discuss Gutsi, this journey has been difficult, but I think from their presentations, we really got a direction and way forward today. From the director, we did learn that NDCs are actually holistic and are not just a government plan, but rather a broad stakeholder plan that needs to be effectively communicated and implemented by every sector. The identified challenges can be closed with the multi-stakeholder engagements, in particular between, I think that has been a topic of discussion, especially after lunch, multi-stakeholder engagements between public and private sector. And with those engagements, we need to have one vision, we need to speak in one language. Furthermore, there needs to be development and implementation of effective communication strategies so that we're not only talking of one group of stakeholders, but we also get into the people at grassroots level. And also then, last but not least, we need to be developing and implementing effective stakeholder engagements. And where there are gaps, we must start with the why so that we can effectively close out the gaps. Start with the why and do a proper root cause analysis. From Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Makakula, we did learn that we do have existing frameworks, or rather enabling instruments that have been developed or are going to be developed for us as individuals and us as organizations. For us then, it is to understand these, tap into them, be aligned with them as we journey towards net zero, implement them and cascade them into our organizational strategies, which again need to be effectively communicated to all stakeholders across our business. And lastly, from the private sector or from a corporate perspective, we learned that certain targets and pledges shouldn't be only a nice to do, but there should be accountability and transparency. We need corporate governance systems to validate and monitor our targets. And I think Nozipo did highlight that as GAP, they are using the Dawi Sustainability Index, which really tracks you and makes you accountable of what you are doing towards attaining the net zero targets. Rather than ignoring the climate crisis, we also learned that as organizations, we can start looking for green opportunities in the crisis and focus on it. So green opportunities, green economy, these are our keywords today. And most of all, I think partnership, effective communication, and doing root cause analysis will be our way forward. And lastly, though, to close the gap, you will remember that we had a question just before lunch, a question on the private sector and public sector relationship. We did see that we have a gap there, and I think what has been really suggested from this discussion this afternoon from the floor is that maybe we need to look at using Business Eswatini as a vehicle to close the gap that we have identified. This suggestion I personally very much advocate for, and I look forward to having more discussion on this subject probably next year or in the near future. But I think a UNDP, if I hope I'm not putting you on the spotlight, I think UNDP should really create a framework for this and get the ball running. Sesikubeka kuwe ke, Babe Mohammed. With that said, I'd like to close the panel discussion and just remind you that we are in the front line of climate action, as said by Mage Masina. And last but not least, please remember this all the way to the 23rd and beyond. It's your hour, it's your power. Asongeni ke, siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Nozipho. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you so much, MD.
Sebangabuya phasi mos
and
bashayelwa
everyone.
tandla
Not
basi.
yet, not
Oh.
yet. The MD would like to thank you himself. Live lami lincane kakhulu. I think he's got a bigger voice. To thank you for so much work that you have done. Babe Mota, you may also want to sing at MD when he does this very important exercise of thanking the panelists. Siyabonga kakhulu Begnene. It's been a long day. It's been a long day indeed. And Seksetjendiwe Begnene, the contributions that you have made towards this have been very significant. Ngicela kuniketa MD nababe Mota batibongele kulaba Begnene. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. First of all, I would like to thank the presence of the Honorable Minister in his absentia. Mvumzala had other duties to attend to after lunch, so I do apologize for him. However, it was wonderful for him to stay through us, through the panel discussions, though he missed the question and answer, but it should be communicated to him. We would also like to thank our partners who continue to support this event. Without you, this event cannot take place. We are quite grateful for your generosity, and we appreciate you very much. To our poet, it was quite a great honor to listen to the history lessons and the impact that as a human race we do to the planet and all God's creation. I am just reminded, listening to what the poet was saying, of Genesis 1 verse 28, that we had been commissioned to be stewards and good stewards at that for God's creation. And we haven't been doing well for centuries. And we believe that the time is now for us to change and go back to that commission. I would also like to thank the panelists for having taken their time and prepare for this event. Without the ideas and all the research that they have put through to this would not have been a productive session. Thank you very much, panelists. I would also like to appreciate the committee that listened to and the experiences that we have shared among ourselves. Nawe Swaziland umncinyana. I would also like to encourage all of us to make sure that we live what we talk about today. And I commit that as EEC, we will do our level best to ensure that we meet the net zero target. It starts with us, and we owe this to our for the time that they have taken to prepare and also to share their experience with us. Thank you.
Can the program directors also come up stage, please? And Mr. Lala or his representative, can they come? Please join the other side.
Thank you so much, MD. Thank you so much, Mr. Mota. Thank you, panelists, again. Thank you, everyone. I think this has brought us to the end of our program. Sitawuthatha leli thuba siqolise lapho seninyathele khona, lapho sende khona kahle siyabonga, and ngicabanga ukuthi sekufike emaphethelweni bekunene. We thank you. I'll just remind you to pass by at the back. There's yogurt. Labasiphatheleyo nabaka Lactalis. Singenga siyithathe sidle bekunene. Nedbank has a stand angathi noma sekhona et lengaphandle naye bekakhangisa tinfo takhe. Lo solangakamendi TID bekunene angenga lapha kula Celeste asendele yena a converte imitha yakhe. Ngiyabonga kakhulu on behalf of mine Sibongile Makhanya. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngicabanga ukuthi umlingani wami sotawuchubeka abonge bese soyasithandazela. Sibonge kakhulu bekunene esikhathi senu. Nkosi nibusise.
Jovicho Koko, siyabonga kakhulu, ladies and gentlemen. It's been such a great honor and privilege to have you in this meeting as an audience. And abantu abahlonipheka kakhulu ukuthi you would just take your time and listen to us. Thank you for following through. We appreciate those at home for sparing their moment to come through. Siyathi labanye nabangena online bayangena baphinze bavale baphinze babuye. And so we appreciate that too. Thank you to each and every one of you for coming through and sharing your knowledge. Your critiques are very important for us as we grow in this work that we do. Thank you so much, MD, for the moment to see Mr. Seyama Eric. Ngimate redweni asangoma selitulu manje ngiyamangala kana miyeko sengiyathi usikwende njani nami nje abazalwane sesivala ngikhumbula umfundisi Warren ukuthi naye kubukhona lapha ngawe uyasho nje ukuthi sonke sihlanganise onke amakhono lesinawo ukuze silwe naloku bheduka kwalolithathasi ngoba lolithatha sifuna lovikeleke. Sibonga ukuthi umthane Nkosi abekhona la na managing director ukhona namake Dudu etangoma telitulu naye ukhona. Esijabule kakhulu bona masipala wemphaba nenamasipala wamathapha onke la madolobha ahlange. Esibonga nanangi Lactalis esitadla yogurt lapha asemuva siyabonga Nedbank ukuthi nawe sikubona nemashethi la green shothi lendzaba soyibambile siyathanda nathi kutibongela kakhulu lokuthi besikhona kulo msebenzi nami egameni leJovicho Ministries International siyabonga ukuthi nesimbandzakanye kulo msebenzi. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Kwaba mnanzi ka isisehamba ngiva kuvuka loligqozi MD. I normally come to perform on this stage, and so I've near since 2014 or 15 manje ngiva kuzuka loligqozi lo comedy nje nyalo ngathi ngase nginithatha ngeline, but ke we have other things to do. We need to go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Would the brand at the back? Thank you, sir. Bashilo bathi kuna Mr Brown, la bathi kuna Mr Ban, Mr Rex. Thank you very much, Mr. Rex, for coming. You know, it remind me the other time I was with my Indian friend from Pakistan. He told me, Pepito, I come for the Tibano Hotel, but the EEC is hosting for the 8-hour Symposium. And I told him, no, I'll come. And now he told me, no, Pepito, you must come to my shop. When you come to my shop, tell me how much you want to buy. And I said, no. It's not about how much you want to buy. You tell me the price. Ladies and gentlemen, can we bow our heads in prayer? Each out of these great initiatives. We love you, Lord. We thank you for all the blessings you've bestowed upon us. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we are grateful. Amen. Traveling mercies, we love you. May God bless you. Chovicho.